idea of being a slave or being someone's slave? That's my question. I don't know if he's been like blocked or booted or what. If he's still in the
Um,
chat.
he is in the chat. He said I can answer, but I'm not. I don't really want to bring him back up. I can if you want me to, but here's the thing: if he keeps interrupting, I'm just dropping him again because it's gonna get me. So I'm yelling and screaming over people, and I don't want to. Hutu, if you
Yeah.
can come up and
I'll say,
talk with
I'll say
apples
this.
and not interrupt, I'd
I'll say
appreciate it.
this though, because I know how Christians are. Um, well, I would love for you, before you answer who to, I would like for you to genuinely answer the question, not with this blanket of Christianese talk, which I know very, very well. If you go there with the Christianese thing, then I think the host has every obligation to boot you again. So I genuinely want to know if you have, since you have no idea, since you have no problem with the idea of slavery, would you yourself like to be enslaved? And the caveat is not to Christ, to another human being on this earth, on this soil, who is supposed to be as equal as you.
Yeah, my selfish human desires would lead me to say I would rather not be a slave than be a slave, but with the caveat that if I was a slave, I still don't think it would be immoral, but I would prefer to be free.
Well, what makes you think that it is a good thing to sort of endorse slavery if you yourself would not want to be enslaved? If if you would prefer freedom, wouldn't you think that every other human being, which you were going there with one of your points to say, human beings are of the human species. If that is the case, then don't you think that all human beings should have the freedoms to which they were birthed to?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And you specifically,
No, I understand. You can.
yeah, so I wouldn't use the word endorse for myself. I don't endorse slavery, and I don't believe scripture does either.
Yes, it does.
I think it
It
gives
condones it.
guidelines. I think it gives guidelines for something. And I think it's possible for scripture to give guidelines for something that it doesn't condone or endorse, such as
Okay,
divorce. We know that divorce.
I wanna interrupt right there because I wanna take you through a thought process because a
Wait,
lot
hold
of
on, can I
Christians
finish?
say that I wanna about that one specific thing. I want to do a thought process with you.
That's
I
what
don't
I wanted
want
to
you to go on
do
because
with
we'll get too
you.
far past it and I'm neurodivergent and I will forget and I want to talk about that. Okay. All
Okay,
right.
that is exactly
So,
what I wanted to
can
do
I
with
do
you,
a
though, just
thought
to be
process
clear.
with you about whether the Bible condones slavery or not?
Sure, sure. But when you said
Okay.
I interrupted you, that's what I wanted to do, just to
I
be clear.
am the host. You are
Got
not,
it.
just to be
Got
clear.
it.
That's my name.
Rules
Okay.
for thee, not
Thank
for
you.
me. I got it. Go ahead.
Yes, that's how it works on every live. Hey, you
Go
guys
ahead.
put a one in the comment if when you're on somebody's live, you play by their rules.
Go ahead.
Is it? Did I just make up that? Is that
You
something
worship
new
a
to you
God that does
people?
that.
Have
Why
you
would you
never
be mad at the
known
host?
that? Oh
You
my
worship a God
goodness.
that creates
Here,
rules for me but not for thee. Why would you be mad at the host for doing
yeah.
it?
And
I
if
don't
I'm
worship
on
a
your
God that
live,
does
I'm
that.
going to follow your rules, Hutu, because that's what I do when I'm somebody else's live. And if I don't like your rules, I just leave. That's how I act, because I'm in your house. Okay, here you go. Hutu, do you agree that the Israelites were slaves in Egypt, according to the Bible?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree that God freed the Israelites from Egypt?
Yes, some of them.
And do you agree that that was really important to him? He actually tells them like several times, don't forget, I'm the one who freed you from slavery in the
Yes.
land of Egypt. Okay. And do you agree? Then he tells the Israelites some rules about obtaining and how to treat slaves for themselves.
Yes, he does give guidelines and rules for Israelites on how they are to treat their slaves, such as where they are to come from.
Okay, so here's what I want to tell you something. I am a mom of three, okay? I have three kids. And I don't condone stealing whatsoever. Okay, I don't think it's right. I don't think people should do it. I think you should work for your money, and I think you should go and pay for your things and be an honest citizen. But you know, it's a sign of our times, and people are going to steal. And I'm aware of this because I realize what's going on with the economy right now. I realize what's going on with people right now, how they're all on edge. And so people are doing things they shouldn't do, like they steal. And I love my kids, and I'm not a bad mom, and I don't condone stealing. That is why it's really important to me that I give them rules on how to steal, where to steal, where the cameras are when you walk into a Kohl's, because I could show you guys, and I could show you where in Kohl's to go. And also, I make sure that they don't steal from small businesses because, you know, we want to support small businesses. But I don't condone stealing, and I am a good mom.
Well done.
Right. So here's the difference.
There
God,
is no difference.
so you're God,
I am in this situation.
right? And you're
Mother is the name for God on the lips and hearts of children.
Right. So in your
Also, were you about
hypothetical,
to say that she's not God and there's different rules for God than there are for us?
that was not what I was going to say. We would know if I got the chance to say it.
Go
What I was
ahead.
going to say is the difference is you are not an all-knowing God who before creation already knows that the Israelites are going to have slaves. You don't know before you had your child.
I don't need to have that in my analogy. I don't need to have that in my
Well, of
analogy.
course
As a
not.
matter of fact, if you add all knowing into the equation, then you just made your God a total piece of shit. And you made it so there is no free will because you're saying he knew everything, so we had no choices, so we are at his whim. So all you've done is taken away free will and said not only is he all knowing, he did all the evils that he did in the Bible, all that he perpetrated, he knew he was going to do, and he did it anyway.
Yeah, I'm a Calvinist. That's what Scripture teaches.
Hutu, I also want to point out too that you tried something earlier, which
Okay,
so
I
many
have to
theists do.
applaud you for being a Calvinist.
Wait, hold
Which
on.
is-
I want to
You
respond to what
tried to
Crystal
do
said.
something earlier, which is to point out that the Bible doesn't condone or endorse slavery, but rather just provides rules for people that were going to do it anyway. This is a lie. The Bible condones slavery, and it does it repeatedly.
Where?
There is this Leviticus 25, 44
Okay,
through
read it to
46,
me.
along with
Read it to me.
Deuteronomy. If you're going to argue that it's not, and that's the Old Testament, it doesn't count. It's also in Ephesians, it's in Peter, and it's in Matthew. So the Bible over and over and over and over again says slavery is chill. The theists often believe that non-believers like myself aren't biblically literate. Understanding the Bible is not complicated. The people that wrote it didn't know where the sun went. They weren't particularly well read or particularly literate. And the reading comprehension level is about 7th grade. So understanding what the Bible says or does or endorses or doesn't endorse or calls out, these things are not difficult. And many theists want to make them challenging, say things like, oh, it's nuanced, it's more complex. It doesn't endorse it. It doesn't promote it. It just gives rules to follow should you happen to do it. And this is a lie. It endorses it. The Bible is a book that is pro-slavery. Hear that as many times as you need. The Bible is a book that is pro-slavery. And the reason that you have become this person in 2025 who doesn't think that slavery is immoral is because you have followed a book that is pro-slavery. And that's freaking messed up.
Okay, I want to tell Hutu a couple of rules real quick. Hutu, don't talk in my chat when you're on my panel or I'll drop you back down in chat and you can have fun, okay? Also, I run this live, not you. I don't care how many times you want to control this live, you're not going to. I do, okay? I know that's hard for a man who's a Christian because they're not used to women actually being in control of things. They're used to docile, quiet, little meek women who are used to being house mice running around doing whatever the man wants. That's not me, pumpkin. If you don't like it, let me make this crystal clear. You could just leave, okay? Otherwise, I run the live and I'll let you know when it's your turn to talk. Now it's your turn to talk.
Okay. Do you remember the second part of the question that Apples asked me that you were going to let me get back to before you derailed it?
I remember where you were at in your answer. You were talking about whether God condoned slavery. You said he didn't condone it, and I proved you wrong. Would you like to continue now?
Right. Yes. And what was her second question that I wanted to answer before you
I
derailed
don't
it?
care. Go ahead and ask her. I'm not
That's
Apples.
okay.
Ask Apples. She's sitting right there.
Okay.
Apples, what's the second part
Apples?
of your question?
Apples, I'm sorry that Crystal derailed your question that I
Okay,
was going to
bye,
answer. Did you
Hutu.
ask
I
it
don't
again?
derail my own life. I actually run my life, and you can't
Yeah.
handle that, and that's your problem because you're not used to women who actually run things.
That was condescending as fuck.
Do you ever think sometimes, this happens in my life too, they want to get dropped? They've reached a
Yes,
point
yes.
and they're like, my best out is for them to drop me because then I didn't run.
Yes.
Then I didn't
Yes.
I didn't run from their argument. Sometimes I reach a point and then they'll sneak in condescension and backwards, I don't know, digs, and I'm like, you
Yeah.
want to get dropped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry that I interrupted him, but I hate that whole God didn't condone slavery thing. It's like a pet peeve of mine. And he like I gave him a chance to come up and be respectful and to keep condescending to me and to keep acting like I have to do what he wants when he's up here. It's not how it works. It
That
doesn't
was
work on
wild.
anybody's live that way. Nobody runs a live where they let the
What
guests run it.
really quickly, it was weird too. He was like, notice how Crystal wouldn't let me answer. Yeah, that we know what that was. Like,
Yep.
I it's amusing to me that so many people don't understand what, like we know what you were saying, my guy. Like, I don't know if you thought that because we have a uterus, we must not understand the English language. That's weird.
I know that you have a new guest. I'm sure you want to introduce them. I do think it's because you have a uterus, though, because in my lives, and I don't know if you noticed that he did this, he came at all of you. He didn't come at me. And it's
Nope.
because my voice is male, and it may be a gay voice, but it's still, and I see this in my lives, they will tolerate significantly more from males or men than they will from females or women. And it's just it is just one more sort of visible red flag of who they are.
May I say
Over
something?
on YouTube, they said, I know Crystal's goal is to be nice to the shitty guests, but damn, Dark Crystal is so satisfying. You guys are hilarious. Go ahead, Apples. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like, because just a couple of points, because like the first thing is like I actually literally only had one question for him, which was about, would he himself like to be enslaved since he has no problem with it. I didn't have really another point or whatever. My only proviso to him was that he can't cop out and say, "Oh, I would be a slave to Christ," because that is just the typical Christiany answer. And equality, you said something that was so spot on. Like I said earlier, I am a religious guinea pig. I did not like I was literally searching for truth, searching for God, and so I put myself in the shoes of everybody and their culture and their religion, etc. So it was me deeply, deeply studying the Bible through a Christian lens, which led me to a Jewish lens, which led me through, all the other red string theories that run through Christianity through time and history and millennia that brought me to a place where it was like, holy crap, modern day Christianity is awful. It is awful. Like, awfully wrong, awfully skewed. And because the thing is, I used to be that guy. I used to be that person. I used to be Hutu. I used to be the person
Yeah.
to evangelize and talk to like Muslims and Christians about Jesus and wanting to bring. It pains me I was that person. But like the thing about the Bible, the Christian Bible, is that because many people don't understand or realize that the quote unquote Old Testament is the Torah. So that's why I had gotten into Judaism, because it's like, well, my understanding, my thought process was I better go, instead of hearing it from word of mouth, let me go direct to the source. So
Yeah.
in the Christian Bible, in the New Testament, one of the most revelatory things, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The saddest thing about Christians is that the truth really is underneath their nose and they don't realize it. It's just about common sense.
Yeah.
When common sense leaves the building because they keep going to the wrong building, it's terrible. But when you literally seek the truth, all truth and any truth, that includes science, that includes math, that includes statistic and evidence, and even the very people and humanity around you. When you see the world is not working under a Christian lens, you have to self-reflect and go, what's wrong here? And then, I started to look at literally the truth from every angle, and the truth had to come up the same or valid every single time. If I got one little tiny piece of, if I got one question mark or one inkling that something wasn't right, I knew I had to investigate it and come up with the truth for that. And that is the message of the truth shall set you free. It is a road that you
Yes.
have to go down. It has nothing to do with someone's religious ideology. It is a universal, it is a literal universal truth that the truth will set you free. So my my freedom came from not needing a religion, and that came from literally being involved in everyone's religion. So the more I read, the more I explored, I realized, oh my gosh, I don't necessarily need any of this because whatever I need to be a decent human being is already within me.
Yes,
So
absolutely. Noah Squatch, welcome to the panel. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for your patience. You probably wanted to talk to us.
It's totally fine. You all are amazing, and just about anything I wanted to say, you all already covered. But I did want to say, I absolutely love your uh, uh, teaching your children about theft analogy. That was, wow, chef's kiss. I was
Thank
going
you.
to, I wanted to bring in, like, uh, um, for that, I wanted to bring in, like, more progressive and left leaning programs that come up, like clean needle locations and feeding people and all of that, and how a lot of people always scream that that's the government condoning drug use or condoning
Yeah.
houselessness. And I'm like, okay, so how is this? They're putting uh, rules or directions out, and that makes them condoning it. But God setting rules for how to treat your slaves isn't. That drives me insane.
Right.
Um, but what I did want to say is something I've been noticing is with a lot of the crash outs, and especially somebody mentioned a minute ago, intentionally making themselves drop so that they don't have to look like they're running away.
Mhm.
I feel like it's funny because men in general, they're masculine is soliciting the male approval, and I would go as far as to say gays and all of that. But they only talk amongst themselves because they think so little of others, especially women and whatnot, and misogyny. And then what happens is they get into a conversation and they realize that they can't have any kind of intelligent conversation because they're out educated, outclassed, out all of it. And then, they all they can fall back on is their emotional lack of of emotional intelligence and extremely blow up. And my point, I guess, sorry for rambling, is
That's okay.
it feels like it's an admission that they think that them presenting people and people with more of a femme voice are it's almost an admission that they think right off the bat that they're more emotionally intelligent, more educated, and just all the way around more stable. And I think it's kind of funny, actually, because like they may not realize it, but they're really saying it out loud.
Yeah.
They're just anyway. I
What
just
do
want
you
to say
think?
that.
What do you think the solution is? I agree with everything you've said. What's the solution? How do we reach some type of bridge or understanding that in order to be a quote unquote masculine man or a leader or to be, what's the solution? I see the problem.
Absolutely.
To shift out of this patriarchal, misogynistic society that we live in right now, we have to listen. Everybody, can you hear me? We have to listen to women of color. Did you hear me, you guys? That's what we have to do. Quit fucking
Excellent
not
segue.
listening to them.
Excellent. I know how to. I know how to have an answer for that. I think that men. You said it spot on. You said the magic word, patriarchy, and modern day patriarchy has a man believing that he needs to spit, cut down everything and everyone in its path to be big and powerful. I think the truest essence of men I have seen and met are those who embody their feminine side, just as the strongest women I've seen have embraced their masculine side. We are all dual. There's more to this in terms of like science, you know, spiritual or religious thought, or even. But and maybe Rabbi Hannah has like a little something in her nugget that she can share about this. But I truly think it has something to do with honoring yourself, the essence of yourself as a man and a woman. If that makes sense.
If women don't start listening to women, first of all, and stop fucking listening to men at all. Stop giving men microphones, stop listening to men. Women, start listening to women. And the first women we have to listen to is women of color, okay? Because they fucking have been telling this all along, and you haven't fucking been listening, and because of it, that's where we are today, okay? And until we listen to each other, lift up each other, and stop literally voting against our own best interests, nothing's going to change. We have to get to women first, because we don't even have our own women on, like, all together. You know what I mean? How are men ever going to want to change for us if we don't even fight for ourselves together?
If I might,
what do you say?
I would say that, one, I agree with you that listening to, especially to Black women and like Indigenous and Asian women are huge, like the BIPOC women community, for absolutely. And to kind of bounce off what Apples was saying, the idea that we understand that there is no such thing as something that is inherently masculine and inherently feminine. I go out and fix my truck. That is not make me a man. That makes me somebody who is knowledgeable in engine work and can fix my truck. My wife cooks like dinner. That is not something that inherently makes her feminine. It's something that inherently means I'm hungry and I can cook for both of us. But what happens is we have these gender identities that have been placed upon us by society that doesn't understand gender if it was to come up and bite them on the dick. You know, I make the joke a lot of times when I'm in rooms with these guys that the minute they start being kind of derogatory, I'm like, let me get this out of the way for you. Yes, I am smarter than you, and my dick is bigger. Because that's really what it comes down to, is the fear that someone is going to come into a room with a man and they're going to prove that they are more manly, that their dick is bigger, whether it's their proverbial dick or their actual dick. That is what the fear is somebody is going to make me feel emasculated. Somebody is going to make me feel like I am less of a man because someone else is smarter than me. And God forbid she has breasts, because then I'm really emasculated. You might as well just put me on my back like in biblical times and made me a woman, because that is what it comes down to. And it's unfortunate. Yeah. But that's what I would say.
You guys, if you are a believer, we are still wanting to talk with believers. I know we're kind of talking amongst ourselves right now, but you would get priority. So if you're a believer in the God of the Bible or a Christian, please feel free to request up. We're talking about what if you are wrong. That's what we're talking about today. I'm sorry, Apples, go ahead.
I have a burning, 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 burning question for the next quote unquote believer to enter the
Okay.
panel. Burning. Because
Good.
this, when someone pointed this fact out to me, I nearly fell out of my chair. This, if this doesn't convince you in the chat how skewed Christianity, modern day Christianity is, let it be this. Modern day evangelicals, many of whom are there any words that I can't say in your life other than like the typical like George Carlin
Just the
plus
typical
five?
ones. Well, no,
Okay.
I cuss, but you
Oh,
can't say things like you have to say schmurder, you have to say
right.
shabortion, you have to say shitler, you have to say
Yeah.
schmezzo. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Oh, can I say the Z word? Like
Zeitgeist? No, I don't know what the Z word.
Zionist? Can I say
Go
that?
ahead, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Can we say that, Rabbi? Can
Yeah,
we say that?
is that a new thing? Has that been added
I
to
don't
like
know.
the TikTok?
I would just say the Z word now. Well, just to be
Okay,
safe,
since we
we
know what
know
it
what
is.
it is.
Yeah, we know what it is.
It
So,
is not the zeitgeist, you guys. I was
mhm.
wrong.
Because when I was a Christian, I was a huge Z word, okay? Because that is literally how they rear you up to be, and you know, so I mean, Rabbi Kana knows this. I was in like regular Christianity, Calvinist. I was in Jehovah's Witness. I was in something called Messianic Christianity, which is like this weird group, aka cult of Christians who believe in Jesus and then Jews who believe in Jesus. So it's like this. It's a very unique thing. It's very fringe. Rabbi Kano can. I'm sure she's got something on
Yeah.
her page. So go to Rabbi Kano's page, follow her, and you'll learn all about it. But
Deborah Grace
I
used to
digress.
do that too. So, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I digress. So my point is, like, I was a huge Z word at one point, and then when I was deconstructing from Christianity, someone made the point out to me and said, "Isn't it funny how Christian evangelicals ride so hard for Israel, yet when the quote unquote Messiah comes back, when Jesus comes back on his white horse in the clouds and stuff like that, the only people getting saved are the Christians, not any of the Jews in Israel, not any of the Muslims who believe in him, because they don't even realize or know that Muslims also believe in Jesus, and Moses as well. They don't know any of this, but ignorance is the blanket bedrock of modern day Christianity. Let's just go there. But yeah, they, they don't believe, by definition and by the rules set out, none of the Jews will be saved because they quote unquote
Well,
don't
it
believe in
depends on
Jesus.
what kind of a Christian you are. You got to remember,
Yeah,
no two Christians believe the Bible the same way. I
exactly.
was brought. I mean, like if you read the Bible, it Christians are Gentiles, and so Christians are going to be the slaves of the Israelites in heaven, according to the Bible. They're also going to be Jesus's henchmen when he comes back to slaughter everybody. So I hope you guys are all right with killing some pagan babies, because that's another
Exactly.
thing you get to do. You get to be his little henchman and his little hitman. I hope you're okay with baby blood soaked clothes, and I hope you're okay with sucking at the teats of the Israelites.
Exactly. It's like, oh well, you don't like being enslaved. Well,
Yeah.
guess what? Did you read the fine print? Did you read the fine print? But yeah, it's yeah. But
Oh, no, it's good. Go
I'll
ahead. You can
mute.
talk. I'm sorry. We're kind of dominating. You go right ahead. Hey, Otter.
Not even a not even a problem. I'm just as always enjoying the conversation. And to your point, finding myself, it seems to be the best thing for me to do is just to be there and push the other voices. I'm very much the image of the real issue here. So um, I I do got to go, but I wanted to add uh, two things that I think might be very important when it comes to breaking this all down. One, we need to show people just how ridiculous ridiculous it is, the idea that women came from men. That's just moronic. And Secondly, and it bothers me. I just heard it again today. It bothers me my whole life. But using I listened to a video. I agree with literally everything gentleman said. But falling back on using women's reproductive anatomy as a descriptor of weakness or fragility, which is again craziness to me as somebody who has the male anatomy. I think we should be saying testes or something because that's a ruddy design. I think if we can move that right there away from that might help because it leads a lot to men thinking they're more than others. But I love you all. I'm gonna go. I'll still be here in the background. I just need to get back to my chores.
Well, thanks for coming
appreciate
up.
you all so much. Anytime.
Have a great day. Good to see you. You guys, thank you for everybody joining us over on the YouTubes, as Mezzo calls you guys, the tube steaks. I'm glad you could join me. If you're over on the Deconstruction Junction YouTube channel, make sure you go subscribe to my personal channel. I am CrystalJae, J-A-E, all one word. I am CrystalJae. Also, if you want to tip and help me reach my new computer goal, there's links in my bio over here on TikTok and also in my descriptions, I think, over on YouTube. You can do that. It's never expected, but always appreciated. And that's what your gifts go to also, because one day I'm going to upgrade this computer and be able to stream like a big girl and not some janky little setup that I have right now. But good to see everybody. Anybody have thoughts or anything that they want to share about what we've been talking about today?
I'm so sorry. My wife just walked in to talk to me, so I missed probably the last 10 minutes.
That's okay. That's okay. Most of it was No Squatch was saying goodbye and thanking us and giving his final thoughts. And then I just was doing a commercial, basically. So, free.
I got to meet Equality about a month ago. I popped up on, I had been following Equality for a while. But I was in there and I got a chance to pop up and a bunch of people asked me questions about Judaism and I'm just like, why doesn't anybody ever do this when I'm on my live? I'm on my live and I sit there for hours.
You were not just for that
shit.
live. You were the talk of the town in my live for like 4 days following. Everyone
my gosh.
was just like, the next day I'd have a live. And it's very similar to the host lives. They sort of call out religion and say, let's have a chat. And you were like, no, everyone was like, you would not believe what we learned yesterday. And also, I think that I told you this then, a testament to Judaism is that I don't actually really know what Jewish people believe because they are not trying to shove it down my throat at every opportunity. So I did have lots of questions for you. Like, I didn't, even actually someone mentioned it earlier and I still don't know this. Do you consider the first 5 books of the Old Testament, so Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, if I have read the Bible, have I read the Torah?
Yes, sort of. Now, this is the important part. The way that our Tanakh or our old Hebrew Bible is put together is different within the Christian canonization than it is within the Hebrew scripture.
Okay.
It's in there's a few books in different order. And there are, so in the scripture, the canonization of the scripture of Christianity, I believe that the Old Testament, what you would call the Old Testament, ends with Malachi, doesn't it?
Deuteronomy. So it would end with Deuteronomy. Hang on.
No, I meant the entirety of the Tanakh, meaning the entirety of the Old Testament.
Oh no, that would be, excuse me, that would be way later.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it ends with Malachi, whereas in the Hebrew canonization, it ends with
Yes, you're
Chronicles.
right. I looked it up because I wasn't sure. You're right.
Yeah, and so in the Hebrew scripture, it ends with Chronicles, Second Chronicles, and the reason is because Malachi makes it seem like you're looking towards this messianic age of some kind of Messiah coming, where in the original Hebrew, it talks about the building of the second temple and the coming of the second temple. But yes, you would have read it. It's just in a different order. Obviously it's in the same order for the first 5 books, what we call the Humash, or the Torah. It would be, yes, those 5 books are a part of the Bible. But for the entirety of the Hebrew scripture, that would be what you would call the Old Testament.
Okay, this makes sense. And I'm quite curious about how Judaism manages to I don't know how to say it in a nice way, how to practice itself and leave other people the F alone.
Because we don't like people. It isn't that we don't like people, it's that we don't trust people. We don't trust Gentiles as a whole. And for obvious reason. Like when we have trusted Gentiles, it hasn't really gone well for us. And so we are an insular group. If we keep to ourselves, maybe they'll leave us alone, kind of thing.
Yeah. And the thing is, I would like to think...
We don't proselytize because we don't want converts. We don't want more people. Like, yes, we're only 15.7 million people around the world. But we discourage actively those trying to convert because we are like, why would you want to marginalize yourself? We have just as much, and as I mentioned to you before, and for those in the audience, Judaism has just as much patriarchy, misogyny, toxic theology, abuse, bullshit understanding of the text as any other religion. It's just that we don't go around telling people that they must believe what we believe. I don't eat ham because I keep kosher. I cannot come to equality and say I don't eat ham because I keep kosher, so you can't eat ham.
Yeah, it's kind of exactly that. In my life, in real life and online, I have been told by Christians and Muslims exactly who I can and can't be. And I've been told it in unquantifiable terms, my entire life, all the time, always. And I have never, not one time had anyone, and I live in a community where Jewish people are visible and where there's I don't know if I'm getting this right, but there's a variety of different types of Jewish people. And I can tell that they're different types because they dress differently. But they all are just leave everyone else alone. And
we very much are.
It is a huge point of distinction between the Abrahamic faiths.
Yeah, we are definitely, and it isn't that we didn't used to. It's very important to note, up until about 400 CE, we were proselytizers. We were people who were like, hey, you want to be a Jew? What came out of that is we were told to stop doing that because nobody wanted us to do that. And so we went, okay, we will have to honor the traditions of the countries we were in. So we stopped. And then went, you know what? We actually don't want people to be Jews. We would prefer them to leave us alone instead. That's a better idea. If you just leave us alone.
I'm picturing you going door to door. Hey, you want to be a Jew?
Hey, you heard the good
with
word
your
hat?
I just love you so much.
Did you know that you too can have part of your penis cut off? Like that's
shofar out there.
Yeah, I would be like that. Hey, did you two know you can have part of your penis cut off? Sounds good?
Yes.
Let's do this.
Yes.
What did you say was the global population? 15 million?
15.7 million. We
Wow.
are 0.2% of the world population. And among Jews, Sephardi, like myself, and Mizrahi, and so the biggest population amongst Jews is the Ashkenazi. So even amongst a minority, people like me who are Sephardi and those who are Mizrahi, Bukharian, Assyrian, all of those other cultures, we are minorities among minority.
Yeah, when you consider there's 4.5 billion Abrahamic
I just want to address
faiths.
a comment real quick. I'm sorry, let me address a comment real quick. Billionaire says, you never hear a Jewish person come into a deconstruction space. I want to tell you that I have lots of Jewish friends from the deconstruction space, including Rabbi Hannah, also Rabbi Bert, and there's many more, Mateo Potato, Cyber Deconstruction, and we're all a part of a Discord group called the Deconstruction Junction, and if you want to join, it's completely free. It's in my bio. Also, my Discord is in my bio, and you're all welcome to join that as well. But yeah,
I have a whole channel in there.
Yeah, she's amazing. To
just
defend
say-
the religion, they don't have to defend it because they never try to push it on people. So we don't.
And I don't feel the need to defend God. How small do you think God is that he needs my dumb ass? I'm here to tell him off. That's my whole job as a Jew is to tell God, you fucking suck. You want to stop doing that or what?
She also is very open to hearing people. When I say, okay, well, when I read this is what I get from it. She doesn't go, no, that is absolutely not right. Like, she tells me what the Hebrew says, what she teaches me about the people, the time, and everything. But she also is willing to listen to what I hear as a human being when I read those words to myself right now in 2025.
Yep.
You know?
Because it's not my job to tell you what it says. My job is to help you figure out what it says on your own. Because what it says to you, this is why we, like, right now we're going into the new session of reading the Torah. So we're starting from Genesis, Bereshit already. And in that, my job as a rabbi isn't to say, hey, by the way, this is what it's telling you. My is to say, hey, this is what I see. What do you see? And let's talk about that.
I'm going to have to jump down in a minute. I did just want to respond to someone in the comments. Soul Giver, you said that the Bible doesn't have 1800 style slavery. The Bible actually has every version of slavery. So if you're going to argue that it condemns slavery at any point, no, it doesn't. It does condemn certain types of slavery for certain people, but it includes all type of slavery, even including the kind where you own them for life and can give them to your children. It does
by
this.
the way, that's not even the topic today, Soul Giver. You're saying that's all we want to do, but actually my topic today is what if you're wrong about Christianity? And my thoughts had nothing to do with slavery when I thought of that question. My thoughts had to do with the fact that you guys ask us that question all the time, and you make us consider the ramifications. But I don't think you really ask yourself that question, and that's what I want to talk to you about. And it has nothing to do with slavery, Pumpkin. Do you really think that that is the only contention an atheist has with your religion? Because it's not. It's not even close.
Soul Giver, I don't need to Google it. I can quote it. And this idea that it doesn't have, or that it's more like indentured servitude. You can own them for life, and you can give them to your children.
I have all the slaveries tabbed in my Bible too, Pumpkin. So I don't need to Google it. I have it tabbed and highlighted.
I will say that you were right about your point of saying, I can only speak for myself. I don't want to follow the Bible because I don't want to follow what's in it. And you are right. I don't want to treat women like property. I don't want to treat people that come from nations around me like they're anything other than human beings. I don't want to stone disobedient children or adulterous women. I don't want to see violence be the solution to problems that a fictional God character caused. So you're right. I don't agree with what's written in the Bible.
Exactly. Everything equality just said, okay? And you go ahead and run home. I saw that you got home, and now you're not going to come up and talk because you're, I wouldn't either. Frankly, when I hear arguments like this, I would be like, holy cow, these people know way more about scripture and history and stuff than I do. I'm not going to go up and talk to them. As a Christian, if I had come across any of your lives, no way would I have gone up. I would have felt so, outnumbered, even if there was only one of you. And I would have thought I had God and the Holy Spirit on my side, and I still wouldn't have gone up. Y'all got some scary knowledge.
Scary knowledge is my job.
I get asked a lot, oh, you know a lot about the Bible for someone who doesn't believe in it. And I always think that's interesting because I don't believe in it because I know a lot about it.
Right? And there it is.
That part.
That's the part.
And it's funny is that people are surprised that I'm a theist with as much as I yell at people. As much as I yell at God. And they're like, you're a theist, but you keep saying you're going to beat God at a Denny's parking lot. And I'm like, that's exactly why I believe in God. It's because he needs his ass beaten at Denny's parking lot.
I think so many scriptures or texts in the Torah and the Tanakh about people literally wrestling with God or debating God or aren't there? That's what I remember. I don't know. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong.
No. I mean, there's a history of
Israel
it.
is named after
Jacob.
with God.
Yeah.
He who wrestles with God and man and prevails. That being
Yeah.
said, if we just start at the beginning, we got Adam who gaslights God, right? Then we go into people who are like, hey, we're going to outsmart God, and God's like, oh shit, we're not doing that. Then you have, if you go, Moses yells at God and is like, if you're going to be like this, then I want nothing to do with you. Jacob is like, fuck that. And even when he gets his hip knocked out of place, is like, I'm not letting you go, bitch, until you bless me. And he has to say, shit, you've bested me, and so I'm going to bless you by calling you Israel, he who wrestles with God and man and prevails. Moses again yells at God a couple times. It's like, bitch, you are an asshole when you're hangry. Abraham's like, are you going to be like this bitch? Like, what? Like, eat a Snickers. Job is like, show up. If you're going to do all this shit to me, why don't you show your fucking face?
Yeah,
So,
pull up.
like, I am very much, if God's going to run their hands, they best be ready, or run their mouth, they best be ready to run their hands, because I'm rated E for Elohim.
That is the greatest gift that I learned from Jews. The greatest gift was the encouragement and the duty to ask questions. That was just like, that was the number one rose I take from Judaism, because
Yeah, we
that has
come out
led
the
me
womb
to,
like that.
yeah, yeah, and it's a long road, like, but I mean, listen, if you have a Jewish heart and a Jewish soul and you want to study it, you don't even have to convert to Judaism to
You really do?
you like you can,
You really
what is it
do?
called?
We're a
What's
closed
a
death no practice.
what's the you can be a Moabite, no, what am I saying, wait, it begins with an
Noahide?
Malachi, yeah,
So we have the
someone who,
Noahide, but
Noahide, that's
Messianic
it.
Jews are not Jews.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. I agree with you.
Yeah, so the Noahide are people who believe in the 7 Noahide laws of the Torah. But I always try to explain to people, while I appreciate people trying to look through the lens of Judaism when you're reading, definitely do that with a Jewish person, because we really don't mind sharing that. But if you want to practice Judaism, one should be a Jew, as we are a closed death no religion.
Right.
Didn't Dalton? Don't start me on Dalton. I had to block that motherfucker. And pardon my Hebrew, but this motherfucker came into my community, acted like he wanted to join Judaism, was welcomed in by a whole bunch of Orthodox Jews, then went, nah, fam, I'm going to just use what I learned to try and be angry at people. Then decided he was a Catholic, did the same thing to Catholicism, and now he claims that he's an atheist biblical scholar. So fuck him twice. Oh, yeah. He tried to say, I practice Judaism without actually having to be a Jew. And I'm like, yeah, that's not how any of that works, baby girl. Like, that is not how it works. Yeah, and the reason I'm mad is because he did it in a community that I love, like Mateo. Mateo had taken him into his Discord and was helping him learn about Judaism under the assumption, and what he said was, I wish to convert to Judaism. And now he just walks around the world going, oh, I know more about Judaism than Jews. No the fuck you don't, you trick ass bitch. I'm so sorry. So sorry.
I'm sorry, you guys. Can I get
should
a
not
W
be
in the
calling
chat
people
for
trick
trick
ass bitches?
Bitch? Can I please get a W in the chat for trick ass bitch? Okay, come on.
I'm
now.
old. I
Give me
remember
W's
saying that.
for-
You remember that in the 90s? You remember that in the 90s? Listen to me, you trick ass bitch.
Listen to me, you trick ass bitch.
Sometimes you gotta go.
You lit liquor. Do you remember that commercial?
You lit liquor. Oh,
you lit liquor.
That and the other one that gets me is, I know he did it to try and impress a girl, and then the girl went, nah, fam, I ain't interested.
Wow. Oh, Equality, thank you for coming up. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you. It was great to meet you.
No, you don't
Equality
have to
is
apologize. You had
awesome.
no idea. You have no reason to apologize whatsoever. Yeah, I ended up blocking him because of it. And every time I scroll into a live and I see him there, I'm like, nope, I'm going to keep going. I have thought about contacting a mutual friend of ours and being like, do not let this motherfucker in your live. But then I'm like, no, it's your business. You do what you need to do. You're fine. I'll
And
just
I'm sure
not
he
be
doesn't
there on those
know.
days.
You know what I mean?
Oh, I know he doesn't. No, I know he doesn't. Like, because I talked to him, and he's been very honest and said, Rabbi, if you think I need to know something, just let me know. I'm completely fine. But I'm also like, it's
Hey,
not my life, and
good to see you.
And I'm not going to do that to nobody. Just because I don't like somebody doesn't mean you all have to hate them.
I want to thank everybody for being here. Thank you for the 34,000 likes. I do want to let you guys know that my goal is 100,000 likes in the first 3 hours I'm live. Also, if I reach my gift goal, which, did we just reach it? Oh, we just did. I'll be staying live for an extra hour now. I'm going to up the gift goal. If you do reach it again, I will stay live another hour, but I usually make it like kind of unattainable so you don't do that to me. I'm just being honest, okay? Because I'm old and being live this long sometimes is like hard for me, just to say the least.
I feel that.
So, you know, I'm glad that I'm not the only one though, because you know, I hear it from young streamers too. They're like, it is really hard staying live for like 8 hours or whatever. I like to do 3 and 4 hour lives. That's about the most.
I would like it if people came into my lives. I end up being in other people's lives because that's where people talk to me. I open up a live and it's crickets.
So weird.
And I'm like, do I have to put up the weirdest shit? I know, and I'm like, do I have to put up some weird backgrounds that's like, you know, your Jesus is a knee-licking, like, lint lover or something? I don't know.
Probably. I mean, this app has changed so much.
But I'm not that person. I like having the conversations, but I don't want to be rude on purpose. Only
Do you go
deserve
live
it.
I never see your lives. Like, do you ever?
I was going live often, but I wasn't getting anybody. I was getting like 5 or 6 people.
I mean, because like I can't stay on too long because I have to go to work tomorrow morning, like at the crack of dawn. But yeah, I feel like I miss everyone's lives. I never really see anyone anymore. It's crazy.
That's wild. Well, let me say hello to Jersey. Jersey, you do have some red bars. Are you over 18 and are you a Christian? Are you with us?
Yes, I'm over 18 and yes, I'm Christian.
Okay. Well, today we're talking to Christians and we're asking them to think about, like, what if they're wrong? The reason I'm asking you this is because we get asked this a lot from Christians. They say, what if you're wrong? You know, like, you're going to go to hell. But if I'm wrong, nothing bad's going to happen to me. Bye. I guess he got raptured. God, was the rapture today, you guys?
It's the bars.
God.
I got raptured. Did I tell you this? I started to get raptured. I was getting raised up. Oh, I could feel it. I was getting sucked up, and then I heard a voice go, "Oh, you're a Jew," and it put me right back down.
Gosh.
And so I was like, apparently not me. I can't get raptured because God knows I'm a Jew.
I was joking about the rapture, and Doug turned around and looked at me just this serious, and he goes, what if I just disappeared right now? And I laughed so loud that I seriously disturbed the neighbors, and then he started laughing. I'm like you would get raptured. Get out of here. Observer, are you a Christian and are you over 18?
I'm over 18. No, I used to be a Christian. I don't know. Can I come up?
Yeah, you can come up. What you want to talk about today?
I have questions about this. I see the circular logic on both sides of this debate. Mm-hmm. And yes, that's a very old question, so I like that you asked it.
Okay.
So here's my thing.
Okay.
Oh, no, sorry. Go ahead.
No, there's a little delay. You go ahead.
Oh, all right. So the crazy slave guy, right? That was in here like a little bit ago?
Yep.
The question that appeared to me was the framework. Usually when that question is condemned in that framework, it's from a human's point of view. It's not from a God's point of view. Why would a God use morals?
Why wouldn't an all-loving God use morals?
Because sometimes things... I should give you a background real quick, just so you know, for context. I'm kind of similar to Apple. I went through the whole thing or whatnot, so I ended up on Taoism and stuff. But anyway, sometimes you would let that happen because, how do I put it? I mean, honestly, it's just a God. If it is a God, and they were to let that happen, it's just for, actually, you know what? It's for equilibrium. That is what it's for. That's the word I was looking for.
You don't need to have slavery for love. That's not loving. You know, there's nothing loving about it. Equilibrium doesn't make it loving. There's nothing loving about it. If you are all powerful, all knowing, and all loving, which is the claim that they make, you cannot allow slavery. I'm listening. I have to grab my cord real quick. Sorry.
Okay.
Keep talking.
Okay. No, I guess my point is that if that's the case, and I know they do claim that, I don't think that's the point or the objective. I think they missed the point. I think the point is balance.
Why do I need balance?
Because you've seen things in balance. I don't use moral terms, for example. I don't use good or bad. I use things that are in and out of balance. So something can be morally, okay, let's say you lose your car, right? But then you win the lottery.
How is slavery balanced when it's literally an unbalanced amount of power?
Well, there's also another factor to consider: human nature. We always try to forget
I want to know how slavery is balanced. I don't want to move past that. Slavery is actually the imbalance of power.
Okay, but do you think you're enslaved right now?
No, I am not enslaved. I am not somebody's property. Nobody can pass me down to their children as property. I am free to go. I don't have to wait till the year of Jubilee, which women didn't even get to go free for that. I am not in slavery. Slavery is a very specific thing.
Do you work a 9 to 5?
No, I personally do not work a 9 to 5, but even when I did, that was not slavery. I got to go home to my family. I got to go home to my bed, and nobody got to pass me down to their children, and I could quit at any time, and I could get a new job at any time. It was consent. Slavery has no consent.
It's still the same framework.
No, it's not. That's disgusting. You are literally minimizing what people went through. Slaves were tortured. Slaves were tortured.
Are you, if we're talking globally, are you aware of the people that work themselves to death? Is that not the same thing?
Are you aware that I do know slavery still exists today? I'm not condoning it now, then, or ever. Why would I ever condone owning another human being? There is no good form of slavery, okay? And I am not a slave, and neither are you. And you wouldn't want to be one, not for a minute, where somebody else has complete control over you. And the fact that you're apologizing for this and you say you're not a Christian is disgusting. And you're driving, don't drive and live. That's just disgusting. Why am I getting slavery apologists today? Where's Dr. Bowen? He could come school.
Like, where's Dr. Bowen when you need him?
Right. Don't we have a bat signal for him yet?
Yeah, let me see if I got a bad signal. Hold on.
I dropped that guy. Don't do it yet. Wait, let's see if we get another one. Hallmark, how are you today?
Okay, well, no.
Right.
Fine. Fuck you, Josh.
Rabbi. Are you a Christian, and are you over 18?
I am definitely LGBT.
Okay, so I would hope you're not a Christian.
I grew up religious, and it's complicated with my faith journey, if that's okay to say.
That's okay to say, absolutely.
As I've gotten older, I grew up Episcopalian, like a version of Catholic. I carried the cross. I was an acolyte. Don't get me wrong. I loved volunteering for my community. I loved helping people. I loved just, hearing their stories and how I could help them. But I also felt like a fraud in a sense, because to see people who are so proud of their faith and spirituality, I never felt that. So I felt like I don't want to, well, maybe a hypocrite, because I know what the Bible says. I've been taught, well, you can't be gay and love God. And, I want to hold on to faith. But the more I listen to Christians come up and say, well, God says this, it really hurts my heart because of
Yeah.
the trauma that I've been through. Sorry, I didn't mean to ramble in your line.
No, that's okay. I want to tell you something. My husband is a believer, but you know what? He's just not a believer of the God of this Bible, because you can still believe there's a creator. You can believe there's an omnibenevolent being. My husband believes this. He believes something created everything. Okay, he has a hard time believing in the full concept of evolution starting from the beginning. He does believe in evolution, but he also believes something created the beginning of it all. He believes that that being is not all powerful, and that's why bad things happen here, because he's not in control of this shit. He just created the shit, okay? And he didn't create like evil. That's just a product of the shit that he created. And you know what? I'm cool with that. That's what you believe. That doesn't impede on me in any way. This God isn't sitting up there judging me because I'm just being a human sitting on this rock that he invented or whatever. That's cool. I'm okay with that. And he's okay with the fact that I don't necessarily believe that story because I don't have a proof for it, you know? And I think it's okay to have faith in something. I think he believes that whatever that being is does love him, and that there's an afterlife where we get to enjoy being with this being in some way and be with each other, because that makes him feel good to think of stuff like that. And I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Doesn't hurt me.
I know sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's it.
No, I just, in my past, I've unloved myself twice because of, I didn't think that God loved me because of rhetoric that when Christians come up on these lines and, especially saying, well, with trans and all this stuff, I'm at the point now where I'm getting angry. I was in one of those political things, and I went after somebody. I said, you can't be a T supporter and be a supporter of the gay community. You can't. Because it goes against every single thing that you represent.
Yep.
And I'm angry.
I would be too. And I'm angry as a mother of 2 children in the community. I'm also angry at a God who never loved women. We're an afterthought. Adam got to check out every animal and see if he wanted any of them before he even thought to make me. I'm angry for a lot of things. I'm angry that Christians use their religion to create larger divides in the community, to create more hate, to just push their hate and then call it love. It's fucking exhausting. Words have meanings. This is not love. When you take away an after-school program for the LGBTQIA kids, you're not fucking doing anything loving. You're being hateful. And I just believe that if there is some kind of God out there, that if he's loving, he loves all of us. All of us. And all of you who think that there's some people out there he doesn't love, even though he created them exactly how they are, you're weirdos. And you're psycho and you're mean. And I don't know, I don't like the word psycho. I take that back. You're not that. But you are mean and you're hateful.
Well, when people call me crazy, I said I'm not crazy. My mother had me tested. If you get that reference, you get that reference.
Yes. You're hilarious. Anyway, so I just want you to know, if there is some kind of God, he doesn't hate you. And we don't hate you. We love you. And we love you just like exactly how you are. Exactly how you are.
Oh, hey, Killian. Good to see you again. Killian knows I go in and troll Christian lives. I shouldn't do that, but...
We've got a few friends who do that in this community. Do you know who Solo Vino is? I don't know if he's doing it anymore, but he's got some funny troll stuff on his page. that he's gone into Christian lives and done.
No, see, look, I'm at the point in my life where there are some days where I'm like, I'm fine, but then there are other days where I'm like, oh no, let me do it.
I'm
I have
sorry
those
you ever
days.
feel that way. I do want you to know that Rabbi Hannah and I are both part of a Discord community called Deconstruction Junction. And I think it's a great place for community, especially on days where you are feeling like that. There's people
Mhm.
like us that will come in and talk with you and just sit with you, really, and just be with you, because this world can be so fucked up sometimes. Rabbi, welcome
Well,
back. I'm sorry, I didn't know if you were back or not yet.
I had to go get a snacky.
I mean, look at who our president is. I mean, that's, I live in a deep red state. I live in Tennessee, unfortunately. And I live in one of the cities that are blue. We have the National Guard downtown. And our governor said that they're going to stay there until permanently, if he sees fit. So.
Yeah, I don't know. For me, there are days where it's really dark for me. I have mental illness, so I have
Yeah, I do too.
deep depression sometimes, and so there are days where like it's just really hard right now. And then there are other days where I remember decades ago, days that felt just as hard as this, and we pushed through and we made it through. And there are great people out there, and there are so many people that it's worth fighting for. And I don't know, like there's a lot of people who fought for me before I ever existed, and I want to honor what they fought for. So I got to keep fighting another day.
If I can ask you a question, Crystal. You said you had children that were part of the community. Did that, did that change how you felt as a mom, or were you like, okay, let's do this? I mean, did that challenge who you were?
So it was, I would say that it's one of the reasons I deconstructed. I talk about this a lot, but I didn't know I was deconstructing. I was kind of deconstructing throughout my adult Christianity. And it came to a time in my life as a mom where I had talked to a lot of mothers who were older than me who had LGBTQIA kids, and they always told me that they knew when they were young. This is so dumb. This is just who I was, and I just want to be honest with you about the story. So I don't remember like what I did. Like I probably just asked questions like, so who do you like at school and stuff. I wanted to see if I could tell, but I couldn't tell. It's not true that I could tell. Maybe they knew, but they say they didn't really know very young, But as I realized I cannot tell, I just need them to know that no matter what, I love them. I went to them and I sat them down and I told them, listen, I know what the Bible and the church teaches about the LGBTQIA community, but I don't necessarily believe that's the way God feels about it, and I don't agree with it. So here's the deal. If there's a kid at school and they're LGBTQIA, you're going to be the one who stands up for them. You're going to be the one who's their friend. You're going to be the one who lets them come over to our house to play or whatever. And if you are LGBTQIA, you just come, you just talk to me. We'll work through it. Everything's being all right. Nothing's going to change. I love you. And I'm glad I said that, because my son came to me at one point and said, my beautiful bride is. My one daughter came to me and said, I'm non-binary. So but she says that I can call her she, her still, because that's what she's used to. And then my other daughter is bi. So
Wow.
I feel like they felt very safe I did not feel safe telling my mother anything. So as a mom, when I said I wanted them to be able to tell me anything, I realized that meant they really had to be able to tell me anything. I really had to make it a safe place. That was on me, right? And so I needed to assure them that I was telling the truth, that everything would be okay. And when they told me, by that time, I had deconstructed the shit enough that I was like, fuck yeah, all right, when are we going to a pride parade? Let's do this thing, you know? I was like, okay, here I am. Let's go. So, yeah.
I just love the that, and I just love the energy and the joy that's radiating off of you talking about that.
Aw, thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, Lily. How are you today?
Hello, doing all
And
right.
I'm an official trademark gay.
Yeah, yes. And she's my gay rabbi. No.
I'm the gay rabbi.
I didn't know that they were gay.
Actually, you're such a multifaceted person, Rabbi, that people I don't think people really know how multifaceted you are.
I don't think people know. And when I tell them, they're like, do you have enough labels? And I'm like, nope,
Right?
I need a few more. Because if I just was like, hey, oh, by the way, I happen to be a gay Sephardi Jew indigenous two-spirit rabbi.
Excuse me, with how many children, please? With how many children?
18 children and soon to be 8 grandchildren.
Damn, excuse my language.
No, you're fine. I say fuck all the time.
I'm trying to process that.
I know. Well, it's because she's also just really an amazing person, and her and her wife, by the way, who is also an amazing person that I hopefully will one day soon meet.
Yes,
like
we adopted
they just have
quite
so
a
much
few.
love. Yeah, they've adopted
Mostly
many children because of the big love
they're being gay.
they have. And
yeah, I have a lot of children who were thrown out by their parents when they came out.
yep.
My wife and I went, well, we can't have that.
I think that's amazing.
I actually recently, I had this big fight with a birth mom of one of my children. He came to us when he was 15 years old. My son brought him home and was like, he's sleeping on a park bench because of this, because of that. He had been on rugs and all of that. And I was like, well, here's the deal. You can be here, but you may not be on substances. You must be in school, the whole bit. And he is now 30. We call him one of our twins because him and Vince were born a week apart. They're the same age. So we tend to call them our twins. Well, we have 2 sets of twins. And he is now 30. He's a coder. He's doing really well. And his birth mom said something about him doing so well, and she's so proud of him. And I was like, that is my fucking son. Let me just say this to you one time. You left him on a park bench when he couldn't take care of himself. The only reason he is where he is because I gave him food. I made sure he was cared for and loved. You don't get to show up now and be like, oh, I'm so proud of my son. You can go get fucked is what you can do. I'm his mother. That is my son. So, yeah, I got a little overprotective and went full mama bear.
Good for you. Good for you.
And bought him his first dress.
Oh.
Awesome. You guys, thank you so much for being here. If you are a Christian or believer, the God of the Bible, today we're talking about what if you're wrong. A lot of Christians ask non-believers, what if you're wrong? You're going to go to hell, and if I'm wrong, nothing bad happens. But there's so many things that Christianity has done to society. And one of the biggest ones is the patriarchy and the misogyny that they have perpetrated into our laws and so forth. Did you know that it was something like in the 90s? I'm pretty sure it's the 90s. Congresswomen were still required to wear pants.
Did you know that there was actually a gay guy who was a Republican who didn't believe in same-sex marriage, but it came out he was gay through inappropriate videotapes, and he had to resign.
Yep.
Until 1993, women were still required. What the fuck? You're allowing men to tell you how to dress because you can't fucking vote for yourself because you're too scared of your husband or your boyfriend or your father or whatever? Get the fuck out and vote. Why are you letting men tell you that you have to wear pants? Or they have to wear a skirt so they can look up it or whatever. Weirdos.
It also
What
crashed.
the fuck?
It
Yeah,
also crashed at
Grinder.
the CK event.
Oh yes, it did.
Not
What
the
always
event.
gets me about that is I get shit about it because, and it's a choice. I always make sure people understand this. My wife right now, if I said I'm going to walk around the town wearing nothing but a bikini, would be like, "Cool, babe, you do you." Like, because again, it's your body. You do what you want with it.
I'm gonna put it on live stream. Douglas here.
And so, but but what people will think is that I look far out there. I very much, for a rabbi, look punk rock because I wear skirts, but I don't like skirts, but I don't like wearing pants. So as Crystal will tell you, I wear a utility kilt. I have like 5 different colors and I will wear a utility kilt. I wear graphic t-shirts, and instead of wearing a wig or wrapping my hair in scarves, which I used to do, but it wasn't really me, I wear a fedora. So I definitely do not look like a rat, and I'm covered in tattoos in chucks. So chucks, kilt, graphic tee, and a fedora. And most people are like, you must be a Reformed Jew. No, I'm Sephardic, and I'm completely within halakha. Halakha doesn't say I have to cover my hair with scarves. It says I have to cover my hair. Halakha says I shouldn't wear pants. I don't wear pants. I just also don't happen to wear girly skirts. So what you can do is kiss my entire tachat. That's what you can do.
I love you, Rabbi.
Okay, I'm gonna just give you a follow
Racist
after that, Rabbi.
I
Part of the
love
reason I
coming in
wanted
when
to-
there's a roll going. That's amazing.
Right. Part of why I wanted to
Whoa,
jump on
okay, we just have a sexy
um,
man that just said sorry.
was
I'm okay.
I really identified with some of what you were saying earlier, Hallmark, when you were talking about being, angry with a lot of stuff, because I'm still at a point in my deconstruction where the anger is still very, very present on certain days, and some days it's a lot harder to manage. And as somebody that is, after, a long time, I am queer, I am poly, I have a kiddo who is currently, their identification is gender goblin,
Oh, I'm here for this.
is what my child, that is, yeah, Hannah, that's my daughter, my oldest kiddo, has decided with gender goblin is just what they're going with. And I'm like, you know what? I'm here for it.
That is incredible.
But Hallmark, from what you were saying, I suspect I know what area you're from because I grew up there.
What area do you think I'm from?
I grew up right across the river in West Memphis.
That is crazy.
I've been seeing all the news about, you said Red State, Tennessee, you said Blue City, and then you mentioned National Guard downtown. And because that's where my people are from,
Yeah.
I knew what was going on. So I'm like,
Isn't
I
that-
think I know where you are.
That's a small world, Lily.
All that to say, if you want resources and connections and community, I still have a lot of people back home that would be good
Lily,
people for you to
thank
connect
you.
with.
See, I live outside of, the city, but it's hard because I want to go to these places, but, or I don't want to say places of worship, maybe places of
Right.
fabulousness, if they are places of worship, but it's like they don't offer rides, so it's like I'm stuck on a Sunday morning watching them on Zoom.
I still betcha. I am the girl with the connections. I betcha. I can help you find some connections back there because I still have a lot of them. And I just, that was part of why I wanted to jump up, is I'm like, oh my God, I know where you're at. I know the attitudes of that damn place. I know how people are. I know how the politics are here. And I miss it. Like, I finally went back home for a very, very short visit, and there were things about it I missed. And there were things that I definitely didn't.
Yeah.
I've never seen Beale Street so empty. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah. Well, the city that I live in is really exploding. They're getting ready to open the largest veterans hospital here, so.
Okay. Nice. I didn't know that there was some expansion going on. That's good to know.
Yeah, they just opened up, what is it, Campbell's Clinic, Firehouse Subs,
Okay.
Longhorn, They opened up Chicken Salad Chick, Whataburger.
Okay. Yep. I know roughly where you're at then.
Yeah.
Again, I pay attention to what's going on back home.
I do too.
But no, if you want to, feel free to add me and message me. I'm happy to maybe help you find some connections back there.
Yeah, I followed you.
And I will give you a follow back as well. But yeah, I just all that to say, like, I mean, I got lucky when I was a teenager living in Memphis and was kind of starting to need more safe spaces. I had friends that helped me out. We hung out in the Cooper Young district, which is pretty much the queerest place in Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a youth group there. That's what we called it. We called it youth group. And it was called Memphis Area Gay Youth. And it was an amazing resource for me as a teenager. I still talk to a lot of those people, and we're all grown-ups now. But, you know, and I get the angry phase. You can ask either JTP or Rabbi Hana. They kind of both know where I'm at. You know, they've seen me struggling with the being angry and being frustrated with everything going on right now. And it's definitely, like, it's a part of the deconstruction, and it's a mess, and it's messy. And, you know, right now
Are you still a person of faith, if you don't mind me asking?
Not when it comes to Christianity, no.
Yeah.
I am looking elsewhere and trying to figure it all out still. And who knows? I may circle back around to it in some shape or form. I don't know. I just know that where I'm at right now, I'm kind of floundering a bit. And it's hard. And sometimes I went through the thing of kind of clinging to Christian faith for a while because it was familiar. It was what I knew.
Right.
And I was afraid of losing that little bit of grounding. But since letting go of that, yeah, it's been some things that have been trickier, but overall letting go of that because of how much damage was done, you know, being socialized as a young woman in the South in the 90s and early 2000s was a lot of purity culture trauma. A lot of extreme purity culture trauma. And so for me, I don't feel comfortable going back to that or to anything related to that right now. But I have to figure out how to process it and how to come to terms with it because I know there's something out there that's bigger than me. I just don't know what the hell it is right now.
We'll yell at God at a Denny's parking lot. It helps.
That's what
I know. I don't like the guy. I want to make it very clear. Mel Gibson can, in fact, also suck my dick. But in his movie Lethal Weapon, he talked about how much he, you know, there's this moment where Murtaugh says, "God must hate me," and he says, "Hate him back works for me." And I remember being a kid going, what does that mean? And my mom's like, it just means exactly that. You're allowed to go, if you think you're so big that you can't get mad at God, like how big do you think you are? Like how small do you think this God is that, you know, you yelling at him is going to make a difference? And I took that and I really, like, obviously that's just a Jewish understanding. But Crystal can tell you, I yelled at God for 2 hours at a Denny's where somebody yelling at the sky isn't that big of a deal at that Denny's. You know exactly which Denny's I'm talking about. It's not a big deal. Yeah. You just standing up there and people are like, oh, so here's another nutty. And it was right after my father died. I was like, fuck you, how dare you? Didn't show up, didn't say anything. So I figured, well, okay, so fuck you then. And that is how partially I process is I go out and literally in my backyard or somewhere where I feel that I have the opportunity to, and I'm just like, how dare you treat people like this? How dare you behave like this? How dare you stand around and let these things happen? And don't give me that, well, people are supposed to intervene. No, motherfucker, you're supposed to intervene. And don't give me that I sent a boat and a trailer and a truck. No, fuck that. Like, I get really mad.
JTP, welcome. You kind of came in and we got all kind of discombobulated, but how are you doing today?
Oh, no, it was great. I'm better now. Rabbi was on the other live that I was on. I got called away for work, but we had a not so great guest up there that was doing my religion no favors, that's for sure.
I couldn't do it no more.
Rabbi,
I had to leave.
You had to. Oh yeah, she told you that you. Did she tell you that you couldn't be a rabbi because you're a woman?
No, she was just like couldn't understand that
She told us that.
homosexuality is not found. She told you that I couldn't be a rabbi because I was a woman.
She told us,
Oh.
the entire panel, and the entire panel went woof.
Yeah,
nobody
no,
messes with our rabbi.
she didn't want to actually say that to me. She waited till I left the room, because if she had said that to me, I would be like, listen to me, you little breeder. And then would have like went completely off. So, you know, it's probably for the
See
best.
how women are one of the biggest problems with the misogyny, because they just like they just help it along, you know? They just what?
Yeah, she was trying to
Question.
explain the Greek of First Corinthians 6 to me and justify her H-phobic views, and wasn't very happy when I, who am under the same faith umbrella, was like, no, that's not what any of this means, and you're being ridiculous. And even if it is what it means, this is a sexually dysfunctional text. We should not be taking our advice from Paul or from anybody else in this time about how to engage in healthy schmexuality. That's not what this book is for. That's not what it's useful for. Like you gotta chill with that. And so it's another case where I'm on the side of the atheists whenever we're in those lives, because they tend to know the Bible better than the people that come up to defend it. So yeah.
We just had a gentleman tell us there was nothing wrong with owning another human being as a slave, as long as you treated them okay.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, there have been some apologetics that I got invited to, where they were basically, I mean, it was incredibly ironic, because it was like 5 people of color, American people of color, arguing about how slavery wasn't that bad and justifying the very texts that were used to harm their people, you know. And I find that to be a weird kind of Stockholm syndrome-y kind of thing. But yeah, it's wild what people
Literally
will
what
say
it
to
is.
defend things like that.
That's
So
so literally what it
JTP,
is.
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Apples, and then I'll ask JTP my question.
Yeah, real quick, actually, like, cause a lot of people don't realize that the Bible was changed. This touches a little bit on what like Rabbi Hannah was talking about earlier, about how the order of the books are different in the Tanakh versus like the Old Testament. A lot of the Bible was changed to fit the narrative that yeah, it's okay to own people because we're doing that now, and you know, and then of course they gave
But the
the
slavery
enslaved.
verses weren't changed; those are
Right.
original.
They gave the enslaved their own version of the Bible so that they wouldn't like rebel or
Yes,
revolt.
they did make a slave Bible after some rebellions in
It,
North America.
yeah, so it's
Yeah,
like
that's
it's
true.
crazy to think that anyone that's black or African American would
Yeah.
adhere to modern day Christianity, especially what I find very interesting, and then I'll yield the mic, is that uh, when the enslaved were brought over to the quote unquote New World, they they held a lot of their own religious and spiritual practices and concealed it in other faiths. They concealed it in Christianity, they concealed it in Catholicism. So a lot of the old West African spiritualist ways of being. So just as Rabbi Hannah was saying, to practice Judaism as a closed ethno is the same was the same modus operandi of West African spirituality. And so they cloaked it because the slave masters didn't want them, you know, liberating themselves with with practices, with music, with herbs, with all of the knowledge that they had. And so they cloaked it. And so that's what we know today as things like uh, Candomblé, Santeria, Ifa, and all of these religions that are kind of reemerging towards in like communities of color in the Caribbean and South America and such. But I yield the mic.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that though, because like I really appreciate education from everywhere. I haven't even heard of a lot of the religions that you spoke of. And a lot of times I'll come back and play these later, and then I'll go do a little deep dive and learn some more. So I really appreciate it. JTP, this is my question, and I think you and I actually can have a nice discussion about it. It's been kind of difficult for me because a lot of Christians sometimes don't want to sit in the uncomfortable, and I've seen you be pretty like okay with doing that, and so instead of actually like I'm not trying to trick anybody here, I'm just asking this question. It's really not a trick question. You know how Christians ask us all the time, well, what if you're wrong? You're like gonna go to hell. But if we're wrong, nothing. But like, if you woke up tomorrow for real, 100% something happened, I don't know what it is. It would be something only that you would know, okay? That made you go, holy fuck, it is not true. I've been wrong this whole time. None of it's true. Nothing else changes for you. Nobody else has this revelation unless you want to share it with them and, tell them. But it's just like for us, like how we one day started realizing this wasn't true for us or whatever. Do you ever think about what if you're wrong? And if you do, what do you do in those moments? And if you haven't, what do you think now? Can you sit in it for a minute and think, what if I am wrong?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think religion should only be embarked upon with the understanding that you could be wrong. I think that if you get into a religious tradition or religious practice from the desire to be correct, I think you're already in a place where you're going to do more damage than anything else. Because I would say religiosity, particularly the kind that like my tradition employs, when you're so convinced that you have the one singular ontological truth, I don't think that does anybody any good. I was not raised with that. So like, it's not that hard because I'm kind of already there. Like, I don't believe the Bible is historical in any way, shape, or form. Like, it's historical in the sense that you can understand how ancient people thought, but it's not historically accurate. That I've already known that for a very long time. I believe in God, but I don't believe just in carte blanche, the God of the Bible, right? I have my own construct of God that I interpret via the language of the tradition that I'm a part of. So for me, it's not about being right. I had a professor ask this question one time in moral theology when I was getting my degree, and he said, if they found Jesus's bones under the Vatican tomorrow, right? However, that could be proven. Obviously, there would be momentous issues with that, right? But let's say hypothetically, right? There's no resurrection physically. Could you, would you still be a Christian or not? And I was stunned at the amount of people that said no. Because for me, it was never a historical thing. It wasn't about the correctness of it. It was that I found the language and the story meaningful as a means of understanding like who I am and how to live my life. And those aren't things that anyone can't get outside of my religion. You can learn compassionate ethics and things like that from outside religion. It's just the way that I learned it, and I like it, and I stick with it. So I think it's not that much of a strain for me. Like, I'm sure I could wake up one day but even with God, I'm like, I recognize that I could be wrong. My intuitive personal experiences could just be my brain doing crazy stuff. So I don't operate from a place of truth claims. I operate from a means of understanding my own life and the people in it as being sacred and living into that in a particular way. Yeah.
So what do you do when you're starting to have doubts? What do you do with those doubts? Do you immediately go to something to confirm your faith, or do you actually look to see if those doubts are reasonable and something that you should seriously consider?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with doubt. I used to when I was younger, only because I didn't have a problem with it, and I thought I was supposed to have a problem with it. When I moved to the South, not when I was where I was originally raised with my German family, and so when I have doubts, it's hard to have doubts when you're not a true believer, I suppose. So like, it's hard to have doubts when you see it as just a set of stories and writings that you can engage with critically and wrestle with, find truth in, but you're not obligated to accept it all as fact. So it's like, it's hard to have doubts past that point. Now, doubts about God's existence, I just lean into it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just kind of sit with it and accept that I can't know, that it's perfectly reasonable to not believe in God. And given my experiences in life, it's reasonable for me to believe in something that I call God or some sort of thing. And I interpret that through Christianity. It's not that I believe in the Orthodox perception of the Christian God that's been sort of stratified, but it's just this is the language that I use because I'm familiar with it and I find value in it. But if the day comes that I don't find value in it, I won't be doing it anymore. It's strictly personal, and only, I mean, I have no issue recognizing that this is all likely very much a construction. Religion is something humans do almost intuitively in some ways. And there's explanations for that from the cognitive science of religion. So, I'm fairly at peace with being a natural doubter and skeptic. And, and like I said, on a lot of lives, I end up having more in common with people that don't believe than I do with people who are true believers. Those people scare me.
Hallmark wanted to ask a question too. Hallmark, what did you want to say?
Well, two things. First, I think, JTP, it's safe to assume that you're a Christian, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you for your willingness to listen to what people have to say and for being so open and being on a panel like this. I just really wanted to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. As somebody that's been angry a lot lately with Christians, I just wanted to say thank you.
I mean, yeah, I appreciate your kind words, and trust me, you're not the only one angry with Christians. There's a lot of us that are Christians that are angry with Christians. So you're in good company. A lot of us within my own tradition are pissed off at the rest of our tradition. So, the anger is absolutely justified. I don't know your story, but
right.
We've not done ourselves any favors, and we have to earn our stripes. So.
But I just, listening to your story, I felt the anger. I don't want to say subside, but I felt it trickle down. So I just wanted to say thank you. And the way I look at, the end, for me, I hope it's like me having to turn in like where I board a train. I know that sounds dumb. Where I have to, present like a little ticket or a pass, and I board a train, and the train just takes me where I want to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope, I don't have afterlife beliefs that I hold to very strongly. But I think for my own hopes, like I just want rest. Mm-hmm. I want to be in a state of rest. I've been exhausted ever since I was a child, my entire life, and had to grow up faster than I should have. And I know I'm not the only one, so I'm not trying to grouse, but when the time comes, I'm just ready to take that break and be done. Maybe we gather to my ancestors, as the Hebrew Bible says, but other than that, I just want to meet that end, having done the best that I can, and that would be it.
Well, I won't take too much longer, but again, I just wanted to say thank you.
I appreciate you. You're very kind. Thank you.
So JTP, I know that you don't believe in Christianity in the traditional sense, definitely not evangelical for sure. You have a different look at Christianity and the scripture and so forth. What drives you to stay with this God if we don't believe the stories from where he was derived? And have you ever talked to Jaron, Christ Before Jesus?
I have, yeah. I read his book as well. I don't find mythicism from that angle convincing from a scholarly perspective, but I value his work and the amount of work that went into the text, and I think it's thought-provoking, which is what scholarship is supposed to do. So I value it. The conclusion for me doesn't seem to make a lot of sense from a historical timeline thing. I have a hard time picturing a second century Christian development rush that involved so much back and forth and debate and all of that. But but I have met and talked with him before. I think he brings up some good points, and then some of it is mythicism in a way that I don't think is particularly helpful. But I would say, I mean, I'm a
What part
mythicist
is
anyway.
mythicism that isn't particularly helpful? Because he uses data science, so I mean, it's not
Yeah, I
like
mean, he
he's
uses
just coming at this
stylometry.
from. Mhm.
Yeah, he uses stylometry. If I'm not correct, if I'm not mistaken, he didn't include his data set for the verification of the information in the text. I saw
He
several
actually
reviewers.
he gives you everything to run it yourself. He even tells you how to.
Yeah,
And there's even a video to show you how to run it yourself to check his work.
sure. Yeah, and but the problem is there's no adjustment for genre, which is part of the problem as well. It's not just a vocabulary issue from between second century and first, but also some of the conclusions
Stilometry
are already.
doesn't need to look at genre because that's not how stilometry works. For instance, they run stilometry on Stephen King because he used to write under a pseudonym, Richard Bachman, and they were able to pinpoint that it absolutely 100% was the same author. So it's not based, and he wrote kind of different on purpose because he wanted to know if people liked
Because you
him
wanted to throw off the
because he was a
trail.
good writer or because of his name. And so
Yeah.
he tried to kind of make it look like it was a different author, and he failed when you put it under the stilometry.
Gotcha. And I mean, for me, I'm already kind of a mythicist from the biblical perspective because the Jesus we see in the Bible is not
For sure.
is not a historical Jesus. For me, the historical Jesus is rather irrelevant because that's not the one that's being engaged with in the faith. So it's kind of doesn't really matter. I would say if there was a historical Jesus, he wouldn't have been important till after he passed away. It's only his following that ever gets talked about in any way, shape, or form. It's never him because, again, a first century Jewish preacher being crucified is not going to really move the needle for Romans. It's just another one bites the dust sort of situation. So I don't think that he was really important in any way, shape, or form till his followers took up the mantle. But I would say there is no God of the Bible. I think there are many representations of what is supposed to be the same entity eventually, but these representations are all in many ways contradictory, and you kind of decide, like I said, it's a God construct. Our views of God are constructed. And so you have the God who commands the G side and who commands the that women are property and you can own people and these sorts of things. And then you have the God who is near to the brokenhearted, binds up the brokenhearted, keeps track of their tears in a bottle, and convicts people of not taking care of the orphan and the widow and the oppressed. And I think that not all images of God are worthy of being lifted up because I think we become what we worship. So you've probably met Christians who try to make all of those things work and typically end up leaning into the wrathful, harsh, end up justifying slavery and misogyny and those sorts of things because they're in the Bible, even though they wouldn't do that in any other context. Right. So you end up with that. For
most
me,
of the Christians I meet, they lean towards the wrathful God when it's about other people, but when they're talking
yes,
about their God for themselves, he's a cuddly little sweet pumpkin.
I know. Isn't it the best? Yeah. So for me, I'm going to elevate and lift up the constructs of God that promote better behavior in me and in other people. And I will outright say that the God that is depicted many times in the Bible is an asshole. And it's easier for me because I don't believe the Bible is the word of God in any way, shape, or form. I don't think that it's magical. I don't think that it's anything like that. I think it's just the authoritative text of our tradition. And we should be free to wrestle with it, engage with it, but also say, that's ridiculous and set that aside. So for me,
Do
it's
you
not
think that
sticking
that's
with.
what the writers thought when they wrote it?
No, I think when the writers are writing it, so like they picture God as just, but their sense of justice is what they foist onto God, right? So they
But
think
what
God
about
is
the New
just.
Testament
Therefore, when they,
writers?
I would say probably the same thing. I would say that you're going to have the New Testament writers are largely concerned with reinterpreting what Messiah means because they have this belief about Jesus, but Jesus is clearly not the any form of expected Messiah from that time period. So they spend the entire time in the New Testament, all of the authors, trying to rework the idea of what the Messiah is by going and finding obscure passages from Scripture and saying they're messianic. So I think what they're doing
I think that the New Testament writers were writing it as if this was all real 100%, and we were all supposed to believe it as historical fact. And I think that the reason why I believe that is because they put certain information in there to lead us to believe such things. They put names and time periods to let us know when this was all going on, to set the scenes and stuff. I don't believe that they ever thought that we would put them all together and line them up and be able to look at them next to each other. So they had no idea we were going to be able to compare and see the inaccuracies and so forth. But I don't believe for 1 minute that they believed that we were going to take this as mythology. They thought that we would find their writings and believe it to be fact.
Yeah, I would say one, they didn't know they were writing scripture, or what would be considered a biblical text later. Like Paul probably would have cleaned up some of his writing if he thought, people, centuries or, thousands of years later were going to be reading it. They didn't think there was going to be a 2025. So I think they genuinely believed in what they are talking about. But like when you're dealing with the Gospels, you're already, 6 decades, 7 decades, 8 decades, 9 decades away from when any of this could have transpired. So they're already constructing stories. So like ancient biography is a genre in which you're going to have, sure, they're trying to describe a person who may have existed or whatever, but they're going to do that by paying homage and adding certain details to their lives that are miraculous and magical and wonderful and all these things. But if you look at, our earliest author, Paul, his view of the resurrection seems quite different from what we have presented in the Gospels. So, for example, Paul says that the second man, Jesus, became a life-giving spirit in Romans. And then in 1 Corinthians, he talks about how the perishable cannot inherit the imperishable. The corrupt cannot inherit incorruptibility. And so his view of the resurrection seems quite ambiguous, or not necessarily insisting upon a physical body so much as a body of spirit or a body of some other kind of thing that's ultimately redeemed and sort of mystical. Whereas once you get to the Gospels, now you have these sorts of alleged stories of appearances and a physical body and an empty tomb and all of that. Paul never mentions an empty tomb. And so it seems that there's theological development.
It doesn't matter to me what Paul says about the resurrection. He wasn't even there. I don't even think Paul met God. I think he bumped his head, had a concussion, saw a bright light, and he made it about God. But Hallmark wants to say something. Have been we've been kind of going back and forth for a while. So let Hallmark come in. Hallmark, and then Rabbi or Lily or Apples, if you want to contribute to the conversation or ask a question, please feel free. Okay,
I have
Rabbi,
to actually drop to go to work. Yeah, I gotta go work.
All right.
Make sure you're following Rabbi Hannah, okay, you guys, and give her lots of love. Thank you for being here.
So I'm trying to remember my Bible. So in the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, we know the story of Mary going to the tomb, rolling away the stone. In 2 of the Gospels, Mary is by herself. On another one, she is with a woman. I think her name's Joanna. I don't remember what her name was. And the last one, she's with Joanna and soldiers. 2 of the Gospels, Mary rolls the stone away, or one of them, Mary rolls the stone away by herself. The second, an angel does it. A third, Mary and the soldiers do it. And in 2 of them, it's at night, or 3 of them, and then the last one, it's at dusk. That is very confusing. And when
Yeah,
I've asked
That,
people about that, they said, "Oh, well, that's just that's just a mix-up." But I'm like, wait a minute. As somebody that needs to know like which is right, how do you justify that?
no, I mean they're made up. I mean these are constructions, right? These are literary tales that are serving a purpose for a particular audience. They're not. These are not eyewitness accounts, you know. And to Crystal's thing, she's absolutely right. Paul never met Jesus, right? I'm highlighting differences in theology, not differences in who actually saw what, because none of these people saw any of this. These are constructions based on beliefs that already. Um, these are constructions based on the beliefs that were already in circulation. So the belief was there, then they wrote scripture. But yeah, it's not, these are not historical accounts. These are not eyewitness accounts. These are written for a variety of reasons. I don't know of any, do the women roll away the stone in any of them? I didn't
let me
think they
tell you,
did.
here's
I thought,
here's the ones I have. I have Matthew
yeah,
28:2, and that's an earthquake or whatever. And then Mark,
yeah.
it was already moved away. And then Luke is not specified, and John is not specified. Ty here, my friend, has a question for you, JTP.
That's a great
And I
question.
think that
Yeah.
there's, yeah, why do you need the Bible / Christianity to be a better person?
You do not. No one does. It's just a choice. That's all it is. It's not necessary. It's strictly a cultural, familial thing to me. Yeah, like I said earlier, there's nothing that you can gain from Christianity that you won't gain from somewhere else. It's not a necessity. It's so.
Do you
I would
think
say
by
that that's
carrying the title Christian, you perpetuate the harm that the institution does to marginalized people?
no, because I don't give my money, time, presence, or any of that to any Christian institution that does those things. So, you
Do
know,
you think
the
that if I
place we
didn't give
worship
my
at is,
money, time, or anything to the schnazis, but I called myself a schnazi, I would be perpetuating harm to marginalized people?
possibly, but Schnatzi is certainly a much more precise title than Christian. Christian is an umbrella that includes a lot of different things. There's not really
It's
like
a very
varying degrees
harmful
of
belief
Schnatzi, I would
system
say.
that has harmed marginalized people since its inception. That's the problem.
Sure, it has, and marginalized people have also utilized it. So it's kind of one of those
They've
things
been
where,
forced to through indoctrination and the sword. Yeah. But
not
Apples,
entirely.
Lily, or Hallmark, do you have any other questions for JTP?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things I'd love to say.
Yeah.
Firstly, I just want to say that JT and Tony are a breath of fresh air. Seriously, because you're one of the few people that's a Christian that I could say that doesn't rattle my nerves. Because when I was deconstructing from Christianity, I went through a very traumatic breakup, if you will. And sorry, I'm multitasking, but that will soon end and all that background noise will end. But I was the girl who had the strongs in Hebrew and Greek. I literally learned Hebrew at one point. Um, and I was one of those like Bible thumping evangelical Christians. And my deconstruction, it was like the rug got ripped up under me, and I couldn't hear or see anything related to Christianity. Funny enough, an observation: whenever I was around Muslims or Jews, I could hear them talk about their faith, and I could hear them talk about Jesus, and it didn't rattle me. I think that when I think about the historical Jesus through the lens of Judaism and Islam, to me it makes way more sense than it does from Christianity. And what was my point? It's I'm sorry, I'm multitasking I'm neurodivergent,
That's
so my
okay.
brain.
And me too. So it happens to
Yeah,
me all the time. Don't worry about it. It
like
happens.
squirrel.
Give yourself a second. It might just pop in there.
Yeah, but yeah, so it's like that when yeah, okay, so okay, it's back. All right, so I think the writers, what you say, were literally writing something down. Bible is the root word of Bible is library. I think they took all of these texts, turned it into like a mega saga, and then over the years it has become what it has become. And in terms of Christianity being harmful to people, I think that the Christianity of today looked very much like the Christian in ways, looked very much like the acted like Christianity of the past, in which that there were people who treated it with reverence and they were people who acted it out and lived it out, such as you might do. But there were many people who were using it for just mayhem, destruction. Um, the movie Agora, if you've, I believe that's what it's called. Agora. She was a brilliant. This is a real life woman. She was a brilliant mathematician in Egypt um, during the early centuries, and she was unalived by Christian radicals, I believe. I think this was around the time of the burning of Alexandria, but I could be like quoting from the movie. But again, she was a real historical figure. Um, but yeah, it's like a lot. So many Christians don't realize that the God, the God as we know it, it's the same umbrella God. It's like whether you are Christian, Jewish, or Muslim. Muslims say Allah, uh, Jews say Elohim. Um, Jesus would have said it in Aramaic, which sounds so close to Arabic. It's like Allahu or Allahi or something like that, and the lingua franca of the time was in fact Aramaic. People don't realize these things. What I wanted, my question was for Rabbi Khana, because uh, there was a time in which I knew so much about this stuff, but when I deconstructed, I was so viscerally angry that I had to erase it from my mind, my memory, my heart, and everything. So some certain things are a little fuzzy, but I wanted to ask Rabbi Hannah if, in fact, the word rabbi simply means teacher. So when this woman is telling her, "Oh, you can't be a rabbi because of patriarchy and misogyny," like that's ridiculous. That is the thing that
Well,
makes me
it
so
does
incensed
mean
about religion.
teacher, but the Christians actually try to take away her credentials when they're up here. They try to say she's not a real credentialed rabbi, and she is.
Which is,
And she's also a
yeah,
doctor. So it's very it's just disrespectful on
it's
so many
it's it's
levels.
ignorance on display. Ignorance on
Yeah,
display. And this is my thing
absolutely.
about this is that's the pain, that's the hurt of
Yeah.
Christianity, as too much of it. I want to say most of it, not all of it, most of it, because it makes you abandon your thought process. That front
And
part of your brain has to turn off
yeah, and I
in
found
order to
the
be.
mathematician you were talking about. I might not say her name right. Hypatia, Hypatia of Alexandria, was a brilliant Egyptian mathematician, astronomer, and philosopher, and she was murdered by a mob of Christian extremists in
That's the
Alexandria.
one.
And
That's the one.
the amount of women who have been held back from STEM due to the misogyny of the Abrahamic God is insurmountable. We will never know the advancements we could have in society today if religions hadn't said that women weren't as good as men and shouldn't be in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We don't know what cures we would have found. We don't know what planets we would have discovered. We have no idea what we've done by not allowing women to be in those for all of the generations where we said, no, you can't be in that. I want to welcome up Shadow real quick. Shadow, I think you had a question for JTP. Is that right, or was it for me?
Yeah, kind of what Crystal was what you were alluding to, right? About, like someone who's identifying and claiming the title as Christian, you know, and guest JTP, like I imagine it's a bit like you might be feeling like a bit in the lion's den, you know.
No, I mean it's a fair criticism. It's not. There's nothing wrong with it. It's fair. It's accurate. So I mean, Christian is the term that people will understand what I mean, but it also comes with negative baggage, and I think being one means you have to deal with that if you actually think there's value in it, and I do. So, but that also means that I have to be the vocal one and be careful of the theologies and the approaches that I take, because whether or not, regardless, Christianity exists, and it's not going to go anywhere anytime soon. And if we're waiting for everyone to leave Christianity, just keep waiting. But if I'm going to be one, if I stop finding value in it, I won't be in it anymore. But if I do, then I have to at least do so responsibly, which means owning the fact that Christianity has wrought, well, Crystal just went over it very well, has wrought horrific things on the world. And there's no way to fix that, right? But Christianity still has influence, for better or worse. And so if I'm going to be involved in that, then I want to do my best to make sure that that influence is positive. And if someone doesn't like that I'm a Christian, or even the notion of me being Christian is toxic to them, then I don't expect to be let into their life, and I understand it. That's fair. That's fine. I have seen the worst of us in many, many ways. Being a different kind of one is often sometimes a worse experience than being one who's not a believer. And Everlasting can tell you about that. Of the amount of interactions that he's even been witness to of, yeah, they're mad at the atheists. But the Christian, who's basically, for lack of a better term, like a race traitor, is also an issue. And I've seen the harm that these theologies can do from a pastoral perspective. So it's not that I'm unfamiliar with it, but if there are no tempering voices and there's no advocacy, it's not going to get better. It'll just get worse because it's not going away. And so that would be sort of the thing. I tend not to like saying that I'm a Christian, partly because of that, but I also feel like I'm lying if I don't, because people should have a choice as to whether or not they engage or know where I'm coming from. But it's why I advocate against teaching of the Bible as the Word of God. Our church, for example, never doesn't call it that anymore. We don't even refer to it that way. And so, I'm going to be a voice for reason and compassion in these spaces. And like I said, if there's a time where I don't find value in it, then I'll leave. So from here, at this point, it's what kind am I going to be? Just like the kind of American I'm going to be. I can't stop being American. I mean, I guess I could, technically, right? Even though we've done atrocious things and are not representing ourselves well on the world stage, and haven't for a long time. But I'm going to be an American that stands for certain things and does the best that I can. So it's the same sort of situation.
So in other words, it's kind of like you're choosing to use, because in this country being the way it is, you're choosing to use that privilege of having that Christian label attached to try to do good with it. Just like those of us who fall into any class that has privilege, be that being straight, being cis, being white, whatever, that we have that privilege and we have to choose to use it for good.
Maybe. Really, for me, I just see it as holding my tradition accountable. I don't think anyone within the tradition has done that enough. And so if I can be the voice, it's like, hey, no, like, it's one thing when someone from outside the faith says, you guys
But what
suck.
do we hold them accountable to? Because what they're doing is using their scripture, and that's where you get this from. So what are we holding them accountable to? They're literally doing what it says they're allowed to do. And holding them accountable to something you made up is holding them accountable to nothing. Because wherever you got this, Jesus, it's not from the scripture. It's some other Jesus that they don't know about, and there's nobody to hold them accountable to some imaginary Jesus that they have no reference to. Who are we holding them
That's not
accountable
exactly
to?
true.
For me, one of my favorite ways to hold someone. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Lily.
What?
I'm sorry. We want to hear you. We do not silence women's voices here, so go ahead, Lily.
I was gonna say the way that I see it, and unfortunately I've had to deal with some family recently that have been problematic, is one of my favorite things to throw back at them, and a how do we hold them accountable is the fruits of the spirit are love, joy, peace, patience. Oh gosh, I used to know this. Uh, Kindness, gentleness, self-control, and I'm like, if I try to use that to hold people accountable, a lot of the folks that try to identify themselves as Christians, they can't follow that. They don't match up to that. You know, if
Right,
those
but
are
they're
supposed to
just
be
going to
fruits
say
of the
they're
spirit.
sinners and they're forgiven, and that it doesn't matter. There's nothing to hold them accountable to. Without
Yeah, I see what
scripture and saying that scripture isn't holy and that it's not the word of God, I literally have nothing to hold them accountable to. And JTP's belief is that the Bible is not really the word of God, and so and he holds on to this belief mostly out of tradition. I do want to say something before we get too far off of this, because somebody asked in chat about the Egyptian mathematician who was murdered by Christians. They asked for more information about it, so I do want to share that with them real quick. In 5th century Alexandria, Egypt, politics and religion were entangled. The city's governor, Orestes, and Bishop Cyril of Alexandria were locked in a bitter power struggle. Hypatia, a renowned teacher of philosophy and mathematics, was respected by pagans and Christians alike, but she was also a friend and advisor to Orestes. Enemies of the governor spread the rumor that Hypatia was using magic to keep Orestes and Cyril from reconciling. According to church historian Socrates, Scholasticus in the 5th century, she fell victim to the political jealousy which at the time prevailed. For as she had frequent interviews with Orestes, it was I do not know that word. Calumniously, I don't know, reported among the Christian populace that she prevented Orestes from becoming reconciled to the bishop. Some of them therefore rushed upon her, returning home, dragged her from her carriage, and brought her to the church called Caesareum, where they completely stripped her and killed her with tiles. A mob of Christian zealots, probably Nitrian monks and members of Cyril's faction, ambushed her on the street. They dragged her through Alexandria to the Caesareum, which was a large church. Inside, they stripped her naked and killed her with broken pottery or roof tiles by skinning her alive. Now, I want to tell you what the ramifications of this was. Hypatia's death horrified contemporaries across the empire. Even Christian chroniclers recognized it as a disgrace to the church. Within decades, she became a symbol of the end of classical learning in Alexandria, and later of reason and scientific inquiry silenced by fanaticism. It does irreparable harm. And when we wear that badge of honor because we have the privilege to do so, and then say, why I believe it, I also think it's horrible, we're harming people. I don't think it's okay to do that. I really don't. I'm sorry. I think it harms people. It harms women. It harms minorities. It harms the LGBTQIA community. It harms the trans community. And any God that is going to cause harm to the people is no God worthy of my worship or for me to wear his title. I can't do it. I don't understand how you could do it, JTP.
Well, again, one, Christianity is not and has never been monolithic. You referred to it as a singular belief system, which it is not. Another
from the
thing
Bible,
is,
what we're talking about.
well, the Bible is not a singular
I
belief
know that
system
there's
either.
45,000 different denominations, but Christianity was originally started to be one congruent religion. The fact that it separates off is just more proof that it's not real, that Jesus wasn't real, and that God was never real. It doesn't mean that it wasn't supposed to be. Even Jesus prayed that it would be. So that's just a semantic argument, okay? The fact of the matter is, it's supposed to be unified, and it's not, because it doesn't make sense, and people can't come to terms with it.
Yeah, and even if they wanted it to be, that doesn't really matter when it wasn't. So functionally, there is a difference. And on top of that, right, you're talking about this like I don't go to an LGBTQ plus affirming church with a gay pastor, trans ushers, and
I
people
don't
that.
care. I'm not talking
Of
about it
course
like
you
that. I
don't,
never
because it
said
doesn't
anything
work for
about
your
your
hatred of
church
Christians.
or no. Excuse me. I never said anything about your church. So I didn't make it seem like that. I didn't make it seem like your church was anything. I didn't even know if you attended church. Don't lie on my name. I never made it seem like JTP doesn't go to an LGBTQIA church. I didn't even know if you attended church.
The question is about Christianity, and there is a different way of practicing Christianity for most people, right? So if that's the case, you saying that me bearing the name Christian is automatically harmful versus how I practice Christianity is something to be addressed, right? Because there are entire denominations that have recognized
that you tie yourself in with them, and you
it's
do
not a
harm just
group.
by having the name.
It's not a group.
Christianity, whether you want it to be a group or not, is a group. It's a group belief based on the Jesus Christ. Okay, we can all go look this up. We can all go do a real quick Google search for the definition of the word Christian, because JTP Christians love to pretend words don't mean words, but they do. We can go Google that right now, find out that a Christian defined by the Bible is somebody who follows the Christ Jesus. And whether you all do it exactly the same is neither here nor there. When you bear the name of somebody who has marginalized people since the inception of the religion, you do harm to those people. If you are a person who is marginalized and believe that Christianity, the name Christian, harms you in any way, please put a 1 in the comments. I want to know, am I off base here? Because to me, I'm not going to use the name Schnazi, even if I agree with some of the things that they said.
And that's great. But Nazism, for example, is one particular political
you know better, JTP.
Sorry, Schnazi. Yeah. So, but once again, like, yes, you can Google that Christianity has, again, the meaning of anyone who follows Jesus as the Christ. That's literally the only thing.
So we don't need to
argue
about that, because you know when I say Christian, that's what I mean when I say that. So you don't have to, every time I say it, we're not a monolith. I know you all think of it different. That's why I'm an atheist, because none of you even believe in the same Jesus. Y'all make them up as you go along to fit your life. But we know what I mean when I say Christian. We all know what I mean when I say Christian.
Dolly Parton.
What?
Whatever.
Can there be a church of Dolly Parton?
Yes, yes, there can. That would be great.
Can I make a quick point?
Sure.
Like when I was okay, so at the point of my deconstruction, I had gone through just about every religion I can get my hands on. And I used to watch the show Xena Warrior Princess, and there was this one episode in which Xena and Gabrielle die, and they end up in heaven, and then they're tested, right? So they have to go down like a path. I think Gabrielle chose the path of like a peaceful angel, and Xena chose the path of like she was an angel, like she became one. I felt like everything I had devoted my mind, heart, and soul to for years was a lie. And so my faith, whenever, if anyone, that question that was asked earlier of Lily, how do you consider yourself a person of faith of God, now that you've deconstructed? For me, my faith has distilled into something extremely pure and true. That's what that 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 period of just solitude and aloneness did for me. And ironically enough, that's also in the Bible. Like, you go through like this. That was my deconstruction was breaking away, letting my anger subside, and then emerging as something new, like some kind of phoenix. And so, when I hear the term Christian, to this day, it makes it sets me on edge, because I know by definition what I'm going to get. Earlier, that person Hutu, or whatever his name was, he was trying to make it seem like, oh, a Christian because of the fruits of the spirit, and if they have peace and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, BS. BS. There are
He said,
plenty of
if you have
atheists.
patience. He
Yeah,
said, if you have patience, and he couldn't stop
literally.
interrupting.
Literally.
Oh
And it's
no.
like, there are so I have met a plethora of atheists who are the most kind, gentle spirits you could possibly, like, they are more Christian than any Christian I've ever met. And within the bubble of Christianity, it is very, not impossible, but very rare that I meet someone walking the walk and talking the talk. And what you said earlier, Crystal, about how God and Jesus and whatever that is for them is the sweet little puppy dog, but for everybody else, he's like this smoteful, fire and brimstone, and it's ridiculous. Like, I don't want to live in a world or an existence where it's one or the other. I grew up in New York City. I had the privilege of learning all of these religions under one roof, because literally the whole world is in New York City. So I can't imagine a world in which it's just people like me. And earlier, JTP, you said something that was very interesting. You mentioned that something about, um if mentioning your faith, not mentioning or not mentioning your faith might make you some sort of race traitor. I find that very interesting that you say that, because unfortunately today in this country in 2025, when people hear the word Christian, they think of schmatzi. Because
Yeah.
if not schmatzi shaped, why? What's that quote that's going around on
If
TikTok?
not
If not,
Schnatzy, why Schnatzy shaped? Yeah.
yeah, if not
Yeah.
schmatzy, why schmatzy shaped? Yeah, it's because it's looking really similar. You know what I mean? So it's not the individual Christian, it's the bubble. It's the
Yes.
hive mind movement. And it's the turning off of the brain that I cannot fathom. Even in your own scriptures, it says, study to show yourself approved. That
Right.
is what I
Yep.
did.
And yet
That
they
is what
cut
I did in the faith.
education.
They cut
Good
that is
job.
that is
Good
what I did. I didn't
job.
turn my brain off. I didn't turn my brain off
Yeah.
to science. I didn't turn my brain off to astronomy and all of that stuff, because all of those sciences were very important in that during that time period. I didn't think of the of God in today's terms. I was thinking of it from an ancient point of view, because even in the scriptures it mentions things that can only be found in astronomy and astrology. Like, I think it was the mentioning of Uranus or something like that. And it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's in the Psalms. This is all of this biblical stuff is very, it's the truth of it is still in me, but I have to dig deep, because I swear when I was deconstructing, I hated this stuff so much. I couldn't if I heard the name Jesus. It was
Well,
just,
listen,
oh my
I don't want to
God.
cut you off, but I need to
Yeah,
say
but
a
go
couple
ahead.
things. One is, I'm going to be live for 50 more minutes. You guys, I'm seriously 49,000, and you're not, you gotta, I know you're
I'm on
intrigued, okay? We have interesting conversations up here, but
I'm
keep
on it.
tapping that
Tapping.
screen, okay? Share out that live. Get me to 100,000 before we end the show. And Nick, welcome to the panel. What say you, friend?
Hello, everyone. Hi, Crystal Love.
Hey.
You know, GTP, when I look at Crystal's background, I look at it at a different viewpoint. And she looks at it from the atheist perspective of, you know, well, what if he never existed and then we have all this impact on the world that's left behind, right? I look at it in a different viewpoint of what if you guys, so the oldest documentation I believe that we have, I could be wrong, there could be older, of a Christos worship, right, comes from Serapis. And Serapis was kind of a deity that was created out of multiple gods in order to create peace between, or as a symbol of peace between Egypt and Greece. And when Hadrian wrote Cervantes, he had nothing good to say about them. He basically said they're money hungry, they force everybody to work, like they're not good people. And being that Christianity was not a monolith, and we had the proto-orthodoxy, we had the Marcionites, we had the Gnostics, we had the adoptionists, and a bunch in between, right? And I keep thinking, because we're looking at a man who is an apocalyptic preacher who taught, you know, an eternal damnation, which wasn't really a thing among the Jewish people. Actually, it wasn't a thing, period, among the Jewish people. You know, someone claiming to be an Israelite, but was teaching Greek and Roman mythos and belief systems. Somebody who was talking about an end of days, and then you keep reading in the New Testament when God apparently promises to bathe the world in the heavens in fire, and then people will be thrown into the lake of fire too. What if, because as long as there's been Christianity, there's been evil in his name right up to the unalivement of Jesus. I mean, the man was brutally tortured and unalived, and then after that, people were brutally tortured and unalived, you know, in his name. Nation after nation was swept through. You know, we got so many examples throughout history, all the way to modern times, where Christians are doing horrific things to people, especially in the United States of America. So what if you guys were wrong and you've been actually lied to and worshiping the Satan that you fear so much? What if this was written by the faceless God in order to trick you guys? Started off with love and light, but the end up hateful and judgmental and focusing on a hell and a heaven and reward systems. What if you guys were tricked by something very sinister? And that is why Christianity has caused nothing but destruction in its wake since its inception. What if you guys were tricked?
Well, I don't even know if it requires anything tricky or supernatural. I think that the belief system or the belief systems that belong to the Christian sort of overarching theme, many of them and many of those texts are so open to interpretation, and so, you know, the implications of doomsday belief and end times theology, you know, it doesn't take much of a leap to say, let's get the ball rolling. You know, I think Christians would like to say that that's Satan at work or anything like that. I think that would provide them an out rather than recognizing that we haven't. This just reminds me of ATP. So I am actually a personal trainer. So when you said ATP, it was very triggering for me. But yeah, I would say it doesn't even require that. I think the fact that we haven't taken responsibility for our own belief systems, or that we've genuinely believed that doing that kind of harm wasn't really doing harm because it was to people who, quote, deserved it, and those kinds of things. I don't think it requires anything sort of supernatural or even being tricked. I think it's that when you're not discerning, and I think one thing the church did that when we departed from Judaism that I regret and will always regret, is that in Judaism, you can wrestle with a text, say no to the text, you can pluck things out of context and move things around, and you can go about argumentation and still come away, I don't know, being more or less together. Whereas in Christianity, that because of the belief that this has to be a stratified sense of truth, right? And that this has to be some kind of unveiled meaning. Argumentation and disagreement lead to these sorts of, because this is seen as ultimate matters, right, regarding your afterlife destination. That provides room for people like Augustine, who said that if you end up unaliving someone for heresy, that you're saving their soul, you know, and other sort of related sick teaching. So I don't know that we have to really say that we were tricked. I would say that, you know, without discernment, without having any sort of, like I said, I think when I first came on here, true believers scare me. For any system, for whether it's political or religious, true believers freak me out. And it's for that reason, is that there's no tempering presence, right?
But it's
There should be
discernment, not subjective.
Is
Is
what?
discernment not subjective?
It is. Yeah, it's why you need to be held to account by a community or something outside. Like, I don't think that, for example, me going and quoting the Bible to other Christians that are being hateful, right, isn't going to be helpful, because they can also find a bunch of stuff in there that supports whatever stupid things they're doing.
Yeah.
Right. I would say.
Shadow, Shadow, what were you going to say about discernment?
Yeah, that's a good question. I saw it in the comments.
Yeah, according to the Bible, you know, there's nowhere that says, you know, humanity has free will. According to
Louis,
the Bible,
thanks for coming
the
up,
Christian
and
Bible.
thanks for helping Hallmark. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
There's nothing that says humanity has free will according to the Bible. It's just not in there. It's by his steps do I walk every day, you know, not by my works, through his works am I saved, right? There is no discernment in the
that's
Bible.
not true.
So if what you mean is you're making your own decisions,
no,
that's an atheist argument.
Sure.
By
secular.
discernment, just so you know.
Yeah, I would say secularism is something that you need to have, and have to have a sense of harm reduction. And, you know, I don't think that the Bible can be your sole rule for things, which is why I advocate against the use of it as the word of God and that sort of thing. But this is also why I think
That's an atheist argument.
secularism. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. I think that's valuable. I think that if there is a God, you being an atheist is something that's needed. You're the way you are for a reason. So I don't take issue with atheism. I don't think atheism is a problem. So that is also part of it. Like, I am not the Lorax for Christians. I don't speak for the trees, sort of thing. And so what you were saying about the Bible is partly true. There are texts that will talk about the fact that God determines everything, but the Bible is contradictory and not univocal. So you also have scriptures that God seems to be surprised and reacting to human behavior. There are situations where human beings, it's not free will. You can't do anything you want just because free will doesn't exist, period. But it is choice.
Right. Well, you can't have it both ways.
Choices. I'm not saying have it both ways. What I'm saying is the Bible doesn't have a single perspective on anything very much. And so you can find texts that will argue either direction.
Yeah, he doesn't believe in the Bible, Shadow. He doesn't believe in the Bible, really. It's not really the word of God. And so it's very hard because...
it's
Yeah. No, it's, yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so,
okay.
Yeah, I am. So PK kind of nailed it. I'm actually deeply influenced by Judaism. So my approach is that sort of thing. But Lizzie, I'm not novel in my approach. And religion is always recreating itself. It doesn't stay the same anyway. So, and religion is always subjective. So it's kind of unavoidable, which is part of why it's such a pain in the ass. And I do want to say, if me being Christian and saying that I'm Christian is a triggering thing, then that is something that I need to accept. And so I apologize if I seem to want to, I think, invalidate what you were saying. That was not my objective. I think struggle with the implication that by saying that I belong or am part of this what I see is a very long and diverse line of things, that it's causing harm by me just saying that. I think that's something I naturally take issue with. But then in the same breath, like before that, I said, I understand if people aren't going to trust me or want to be around me with that label. And I think that that's something I need to just accept, because that would be, I think that's fair, because even when I look at my own
carrying the
tradition,
Confederate flag, you know what I mean? Because so many people think that there were people who, those were Americans too, and that's not what it means.
not
I don't
really,
believe in the slavery and the bad. It just represents the South, and how, but that's not what it
yeah,
represents. And you could be a
yeah,
good little Confederate, you're still a Confederate.
yeah,
Whenever
and
I
I
could
think the
just
problem
have
too
1
is
minute, just let me know.
representation. Oh, whoops, sorry. Well, I was going to say, I
It's
think
good. Like I
representation
can.
also is.
Okay.
Wait, let's let Shadow real quick and then JTP. Go ahead, Shadow.
Like I can
Get
just
your-
kind of wrap this up in 1 minute. What I see, right, is especially with Christianity, they're holding all the cards. They have all of the power, and they are holding on for dear life to control that power. I think it was Apple that brought up the point of like the privilege of Christianity, that they've fought throughout history to be the dominant religion in the world. Why would they give that up? And it perfectly seems to me that they're holding all the keys to all the doors. They're simultaneously having the greatest and best reward of all time, aka heaven, and the worst punishment of all time, aka hell. They hold both in the same hand. That's what I mean when I'm saying you can't have it both ways. You can't have a God that is all good, but then also partly evil, so he's somewhat evil and good. That's just human nature, to be partly evil and partly good. We're capable of a lot of human traits and humanistic things. I just mean, I just want to kind of put that point out there, that you just can't have it both ways. You can't have, oh, I'm making my own decisions, but then God is running my life. That's having it both ways, and I kind of just wanted to point that out there. Thank you.
That's absolutely fair. Yeah, and this is why I reject classical theism. I don't think God is all powerful or all knowing. And so, again, like, yes, I am crafting my own thing, but it's
Thank you,
also, I think
Shadow.
that's. Oh yeah, thanks, Shadow. I appreciate the questions. I
And
think
Nick,
that's
you can
of.
go next after JTP.
Oh yeah, I think that's of necessity for anyone that's religious. I don't think that punting to tradition and punting to um, basically just bland acceptance of things because that's what's handed down and it keeps you from thinking. I don't think that's particularly helpful. To get to apples and, is it apples and oranges?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, to get to your point of turning the brain off, I think that's horrendous. And so, and then Lizzie asked, no objective morality. No, morality is not objective, and deconstruction has been part of my faith since I was raised in it. So it's not something
Nick,
that's very new to me.
did you have something you wanted to ask?
Yeah, if the Bible is not the Word of God, without the Bible, we would not know who this Jesus character is. I would have to therefore ask, why Jesus? Why not any of the 18,000 other gods of this earth? Why him? If we can't really trust the Bible and anything that it says about him, why him?
Yeah, so kind of earlier, like, this is the language that I know and am familiar with. I don't think that Christianity has any. I don't think that Christianity should be operated as a truth claim, and I don't think that religion should be approached that way in general. For me, faith has always been a filter through which I view life and how I view people and myself and how I engage with them. And it's specific. Like, I have to choose what I'm going to embrace because the Bible has a bunch of terrible stuff in it, has some good things, but I have to make that choice. And I think that all Christians do that. And that's why I get frustrated, is like, you made that choice.
And that's why I get frustrated with you, because I feel like you went, oh, I'm going to choose the oppressor because that feels comfortable for me. And that hurts my heart. Like, what are you doing? You seem to sound like you really love people. This book, this religion perpetuates hate towards many, many people. And you go, but I wear that badge proudly. No! Stop, JDP.
I don't wear that badge
So
proudly. That's part of the
reasonable.
problem.
Don't wear it.
I don't. I don't wear that. I don't wear it proudly. That's the thing that I think you're not getting is like I'm frustrated and angry with it. And
So I-
Because it's
that's
not true, and it's a horrible story, and nobody should have ever followed it to begin with. There's so much more out there than this horrific story, than this horrific God, than this horrific Messiah. This Messiah was so misogynistic. He was horrible. The only time he really loved a woman was when she was at his feet, weeping and washing his feet with her hair. That's not a loving God. Why? You could make up one better than this and call him Jesus if you want, but don't call yourself a Christian.
I'm curious because I might have heard you or misunderstood your wording. Are you saying you choose to pick out the good and ignore the bad that this
Yes.
God has?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there is a singular God presented within the Bible. I think that if you're going to have a God, you need to be careful about the construct of God that you choose, right? Because God, all of Gods presented anywhere are constructs, and so, yeah.
Okay, so that doesn't really answer my question. Are you saying that you only choose to cherry pick the good and ignore the bad that this God does?
I don't ignore the bad. I choose to live out what I think is valuable and choose to live out what I think is good. But I don't ignore the bad. I recognize, own, and call out the bad, and also discourage people from saying that this is, what we need to be doing. So it's not that I ignore it, because ignoring it doesn't do anything, right? So and especially like when I'm teaching Sunday school and things like that, I teach, like I make us look at the difficult things and recognize that we have to start, if you're going to be a part of this, then we need to do things a bit differently.
So
I'm not on a dating profile.
Why would you worship a God that did bad things, though?
I don't.
So then, I really don't
I'm
want to
telling
say
you,
that.
cognitive
I don't know.
dissonance. Joel
I
reads
really-
Bible is in the chat right now. I thought I'd give him a little a little nod
really-
to him right there.
hate to say this, but I don't think you are a Christian because what you've described to me is a God that doesn't exist. That isn't in any book. You have created a whole new God and decided to give him the name of Jesus. You're not. This is a God
It's
that
not
doesn't.
Jesus.
No.
But Apples wants to say something, and she's been waiting very patiently, so I want to give her a chance. But really quick, hey, Joel Reads Bible. I hope you're having a great time. If you guys, I'm pretty sure every single one of you are following Joel Reads Bible. But if you ever want to see where he gets all of his great content, like arguments and stuff from, you should be following me and subscribing to me over on YouTube. But you can follow him too. He does a great job reusing my tired old arguments. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Apples.
Oh gosh, I can't remember those things. Oh yeah. Okay, so it was two quick things. The first was like how I worked with a schizo god. Okay, schizo. I'm just writing this down so I don't forget and have like my little ADHD moment. Okay, how I work with a schizo god, cherry picking, blah 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 blah, and then okay, well I'll get to the other thing later because it's totally out of my head. So how I worked with that was like when I was a Christian, right? And I was, because again, like I didn't, kind of like what JTP said earlier, when I was ensconced and when I was like enveloped in within any religion I was studying or living, I would look at it from a almost like Indiana Jones, right? So I would discover it, so to speak. Um, you know, dig through what I can, digging for truth, that sort of thing. And when I got to when I got to this point in Christianity where I was like, okay, wait, what is this? Is he the God that loves the children and wants is coming to save the world, or is he going to smite me if I think something wrong from if Leviticus or something, like if I
Yeah,
which one is
doctrine.
it,
Yeah.
this schizo God? So how I worked with it was, for years I just combed through the scriptures and I was like, okay, we're supposed to be like this, like we're not supposed to have fear, right? We're not supposed to have fear. We're supposed to have this element of peace. And again, I didn't throw my brain out the window. You see, what I realize is that the churches make you throw your brain out the window because
Yes.
they want your butt in that pew. And every single time you go to church, it's never about it's seldom what's in the book. It's seldom about digging for actual truth. It's always an emotional response. It's always like this organ playing feel good thing. Oh, don't forget to pass the plate around, so they throw in their money while they're feeling the good feels, that kind of crap. So, it's they make you turn your brain off at church. But I was studying at home and I'm like, okay, so and I made like a pro and con list. We're supposed to be feeling this. And then even science says that our emotional states can be are can react very well if we keep ourselves in a certain state of mind. So what happens when you go to church? They put the fear of God in you and they tell you who to hang out with and they tell you who not to hang out with, and or it's the pain of hell. You know what I mean? And I'm like, this doesn't make any freaking sense. So I started to just comb through what made sense. Once I started to comb through what made sense in terms of science, in terms of even other anything that was like a red string theory tied through the Bible. I when I learned, the thing that broke my chokehold to the church was learning
Rochelle.
that the Ten Commandments are actually from an ancient Egyptian text called the 42 Laws of Ma'at. And I looked it up for myself. When I saw it for myself, I was like, holy crap. So this is really fake. So so the thing about the Bible is there is a lot of truth in it, but there's also a lot of crap. And the people who put in the crap are wielding that like a weapon to this day against literally anyone they deem not worthy, whether it be women, whether it be children, whether it be the LGBTQIA plus community, whether it be literally everyone and anyone who is not they're today's version of what Christianity looks like. And it's so sad. And if if you're smart enough to and you have to dig for that truth. Once you do, then you're going to have a little bit of clarity. So there's that. That's how I dealt with the schizo God, because
Okay, wait.
you
Before
don't
we go
have to
any
fear
further,
God.
I have to say something. And by no means do I mean to admonish either one of you, but I don't want to keep saying that because I have mental illness, and I don't like to compare this God to having mental illness. He doesn't have mental illness. I do. And
Uh
it's a disability, and it's not my fault. And somebody who's schizophrenic isn't choosing to be schizophrenic. The shit this God does, he does because he chooses to do it. It's not mental illness. And to all the people out there who do have mental illness, there's nothing wrong with you. I love you. You're perfect the way you are, and we do not support ableism on this live. Thank you. Okay, let's
Thank
not
you for
call it
pointing
that
that out.
anymore, okay?
Thank you. Yeah,
No
thank you for
problem.
calling that out. I'm an 80s baby, 90s kid, so I'm very
Yeah.
irreverent. Like, so, but yeah, but you know what I mean. Yeah, so I don't mean
Yeah.
to like say
Right,
that or
and so
go
by
there or
no
anything.
means was I because I just didn't want us like for me personally, and I have mental illness. I knew exactly what you meant. So by no means, I just don't want us to continue to do it on my life because I want
Yeah,
us to be a place that does not tolerate intolerance like that.
I
Like we
respect
want
that
to
a
be like,
thousand
yeah,
percent. I respect that 1,000%. But yeah, but that God, That in that book,
Yeah.
it was done on purpose. You can see that it was done on purpose how it was written,
Yeah.
because they're talking about two oh that was my other point. Really quick, if you look at the Sumerian text, that makes more sense to what the Bible, what the current Bible says, because you are dealing with two different people. If you look at the ancient Sumerian text, you're dealing with a race of gods, and mind you, in the book of Psalms, it talks about gods plural, and Elohim is a Hebrew word for pluralism of God, but they have their own. I'm not going to speak for Judaism. I wish Rabbi Hana was still here, but I just want to make that point. Elohim is a plural word for God, and in the book of Psalms, I believe it's chapter 82. Um, the, gods is plural, right? They talk about plural gods. And in the Sumerian ancient text, you will find Enlil and Enki, I believe, fighting over humanity and what to do with them. So you have one god that's completely like, nope, I don't like them. They didn't bow down to me enough, so I want to smite them. And then the other guy is like, no, we should love the humans. We should give them knowledge. We should give them, you know what I mean? We should protect them. We should let them grow. So you're literally dealing with two different gods from the Sumerian text, which is word for word, play by play, even down to the flood story. All of that is in the Sumerian text. So this is the stuff that helped me deconstruct, because I realized, wow, I'm dealing with like a carbon copy here. I'm not dealing with the original. I'm dealing with something that's been remixed, and like a bad boy record or something like that. Like it's just been it's like, what am I dealing with here? So yeah, stuff like that.
Now that I'm an atheist and I have deconstructed and stuff, and I get asked a lot, like, why you do this if you don't believe? Why talk about something you don't believe in? I always find that to be the funniest question. I was a Christian for 40 years. It was my whole personality before. Why shouldn't it still be my whole personality when I'm the antithesis of what I was? But I enjoy reading about the history. I enjoy learning about the people. I enjoy learning about the rituals and the pomp and circumstance of it all, and how, I don't know, just how they thought, and how they answered the tough questions for their life. Whether I like the answers or not, I enjoy learning about it. And I think you can admire all of that and not be a Christian. I'm just saying, you don't have to wear the title and you don't have to wear the badge. And you could go, no, because what it stood for, what it was started on, what it was based on, was marginalizing people. It's a supremacy religion, and I will not worship a god nor wear his name if he is like perpetrating supremacy. Man, you don't have to. You can love it from afar.
Sure.
Nick, were you going to say something? Or I'm sorry, JTP, go ahead.
Oh no, yeah. So Elohim is a concretized abstract plural. So whenever it is plural, there are multiple gods in the Bible. Not only is allegedly one God being represented in a bunch of different ways, but you have the Council of the Gods in Genesis chapter 1. So you have a good example there where Elohim is singular when it says Elohim created the heavens and the earth, but it becomes plural when it says, let us make in our image. And the way you know is by looking at the pronouns and verbs around the word to know whether it's referring to one deity, El, or if it's referring to the Elohim, the gods. So yeah, it's a henotheistic religion more than anything, which is that you're in covenant with one God, sort of. And then the rest of the gods are for everybody else's nations. And so that's basically your patron deity. So it's why Israel and the people that are writing these texts are saying that God is definitely putting the rubber stamp of approval on all this crazy stuff we do because, well, it's your patron deity. Why wouldn't he? So yeah, there's a lot of fascinating aspects around the development of that tradition. But yeah, I other than that, I think that was the only thing that really stuck out outside of what was said. Oh yeah, the common motifs Yeah. So like the flood narrative, right? You have basically a common pool of themes that are in use between ancient Northwest Semitic groups, and each of them will take some of those motifs and then innovate on them in their own way. So the flood narrative is one where, like, my favorite is Enlil, and I think it was him that wanted to flood the world because the humans made too much noise. That's probably my favorite one as an introvert. I feel like I can relate to that a little bit. But then when you get to the Hebrew Bible, it's because the world's full of violence, and so we're going to use violence to solve violence because that's always what makes sense. So you do
Or
have
is it
that.
because the Nephilim? Because some Christians
I
tell
didn't
me
think.
has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the Nephilim.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it has anything. Oh, you're saying it does. Yeah, I don't. It's just beforehand. Like just because it's mentioned beforehand doesn't mean that's why. You
That's
know, and
why
I
they
don't get
think
why
though. They're
Christians do
like, you know what? They came down, they slept with
that.
the women. Let's not forget that was not consensual. And
Of
then
course.
they had Nephilim, and then God had to destroy the earth because that was just evil. They were like
Correct.
mutants or something.
But
You
not
know,
all of
and
them, because we're still here. So then you
They
have to. They
survived.
have to save this
They
little family.
survived
They
in
have to
a few
save this little
books,
family.
like a book later or something. You read about him again,
Yeah.
like a few
Yeah.
books later. So he did. The God of the Bible is also a failure. He fails a lot,
A lot.
a lot.
Yeah, and I find that encouraging. But other Christians not so much. They need
I
him to be
find it
perfect, and so they
encouraging
have to.
if he had admitted it. I find it encouraging if he used it as a teachable moment. I find it encouraging if he had grace for people when they make mistakes. I
Yeah.
would find that encouraging. But instead, what I find is a narcissistic God who doesn't give a fuck about people. He only cares about himself. Humans are completely disposable, especially women and children.
Yeah.
And it's funny
Yeah.
because the flood myth, when you take it back even a step further, because the people were being too noisy and they wanted it flooded out, it actually goes back to the creation myth with Tiamat, when a bunch of the gods were trying to rest within the waters of the deep with her, but the other gods were making way too much noise. They were splashing her about being a bunch of jackasses. And they're like, Tiamat, you got to do something about this because we can't sleep, we can't rest. So she was basically this chaos water goddess who started going nuts, and the waters were all chaotic. And kind of started a little war with the gods there because they started protecting her because the other gods wanted to unalive her so they could calm the waters. So the flood myth, when you take it back to its absolute original origin point, was actually had nothing to do with flooding humanity. It was wiping out other gods that were pissing off some other gods, which is a lot where we get this whole War of the Angels narrative coming from, was the Babylonian creation myth, Numa Elish.
Yeah.
Tiamat and others. So, and when we look at Genesis 1, it is a recreation of not only the Babylonian creation myth and Numa Elish, when Tiamat and I can never remember his name, made love and created the gods. It also talks about, when God starts creating like the dome over the earth and stuff, that comes from the creation story from Marduk after he slayed Tiamat and started creating the world out of her remains. The evolution, if we could just look at this book as not a literal sense, but an evolution of a belief system, of a religion, and how remarkable it was that they got from point A to point B to point C, this would be my absolute favorite book in the whole entire fucking world. But because it's been used for nothing but evil, I just can't. I love the Bible, but I hate what it's done. But it can be a incredible piece of knowledge to see how these people evolved over time, and not on the God sense, but just how they lived, how they ate, how they married, how they believed why they believed what they believed. But unfortunately, you can't tell that to a Christian because they're like, no, there's only one God and there's only one story and the earth is only 6,000 years old. And
yeah.
And it's flat.
It's flat. Yeah, the dome. The dome is real. There's really a dome.
This is my globe Earth model. Just so and then I learned from Tiffany PNW. If you don't follow her, you should. And her flat Earth debates are amazing. Anyway, I saw that she one time pulled up a globe and she goes, "Here is my globe Earth model. Now you show me your flat Earth model." And I was like, "Wait, they don't have one? Like I didn't know they don't have one? Is that a real? Do they not have a model of what the Earth would look like when it's flat?"
Yeah, they do. It's called a map.
You're funny. Oh my God, I love you.
I refused for a long time to acknowledge that flat Earth was a legitimate opinion. And then when I got on TikTok, like I would start and be like, oh, it's a joke. And then they would keep going. And I would be like, do you believe in a flat Earth? And then other creators would be like, oh no, yeah, it's real. It's happening. And yeah, so it's a whole...
I can't remember. It's like Raw Soul or Bitter Truth recent. It might be Bitter Truth, but yeah, it might be Bitter Truth. I just found out it's a flat earther. I didn't know that because I've never argued that with them.
I don't think Lost Soul is. Lost Soul just gives me a headache because, like, literally when I'm on other lives, like I'm always in the atheist camp because, like, I go into scholar mode. So, like, my master's degree was in all of this, and so what annoys me is when Christians don't do base level like investigation of their text and assert their authority too much, and say, no, we definitely know this, and I'm like, whoa, pump the brakes there. It's like, what we have are beliefs, and beliefs are not knowing things, and beliefs are not automatically true, you know, and so if you come up here wielding them like a hammer, like that's going to be, you know, a bit of a problem. And I've been able to help people with some deconstruction where they wanted to know, they're like, you know, am I going to go to hell because of this? I'm like, no, hell's not real. Here's the words it uses in the Bible. And oh no, the ice wall.
Yeah, but they don't, like, do they make them and sell them? Because she always asks them to show her, and none of them can show her.
Yeah, I'm not sure kind of the basis of a flat Earth map surrounded by the ice wall. But here's the thing, like this one shows like clouds and stuff. On the flat Earth map, there's actually worlds beyond the ice wall. So I don't know why this is all skyish, but yeah, there's more worlds beyond the ice wall, and this is only one realm of what Earth actually is. And then they believe that the Earth is actually like 100 times bigger than what we're told it is, so that is what would account for the other worlds beyond. But that's your basically fluffer map right there.
That's delightful. PK Heathen says most flurfs, which I love that there's a slur for them at this point. Keep the North Pole center.
Yeah.
But yeah,
so that would that one be wrong then? Is that one not like the correct?
It depends.
Oh well, let's just be clear. All of them are wrong.
Yeah, it depends on who you talk to, right? So there's another render, and again, you have the ice walls surrounding. There's the North Pole in the center, and apparently, according to them, Australia doesn't exist.
That's delightful. Have you seen the biblical cosmology one? The what is it? The foundation on the pillars and the dome, and it's flat, but it also has pillars on the bottom and leviathans down there.
No, I have.
And it has the Bible verses included on it. I think Patrina or Kim on here have those.
Wait, is this it? Is this it?
Oh wait, sorry,
No.
I just made you small.
Let me see if I can find it. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
JTP,
But
are you
there's
talking about the maps that they use in which like it almost looks medieval, and then it's like a flat Earth, and then underneath there's like a dragony, like snake-like thingamajig below the Earth?
yeah, so it's like there's the earth and then pillars underneath it, like a foundation. If we're gonna
Yeah,
take like
because
what they're
it says
saying
something
literally.
about the pillars, right? In the Bible,
But
aren't
yeah,
there
the
pillars?
pillars and foundations of the earth are shaken, yeah.
I'm
And
trying.
Leviathan's, yeah, and Leviathan's down there because Leviathan is borrowed from the Baal myths. And that originally gets attributed to Adonai and El as well after they're conflated. So yeah, it's a whole fascinating like series of development that I'm shocked that for as much as fundamentalists, I mean, clearly like storm their way through the Bible, it's like none of this made you have a question, not
This
even a
is
little bit of like the world they're in. Let me see.
this is the only
Maybe?
one I can find, but it doesn't have any Leviathans. But it's the only one that I
Yeah.
can find.
It's accurate. I mean, it's accurate for what they were thinking. But yeah, there's basically a solid foundation, water, doors that open up when it rains, and then Sheol is in the bottom where just everybody goes. And yeah, so I think the only difference is like Leviathan's twisting between underneath the surface. But I mean, it's a recreation anyway. It's not like it's original to the time, but it's just the rendition, artistic rendition of what they describe.
Yeah.
Well, you guys, it's about that time of day where I wrap things up. Is there somebody that we can go and raid? Can you guys let me know? I'm going to go look on the Discord and see if somebody's gone live recently. Trust But Verify is live, and he is my buddy. He's amazing. If you're not following him, you should. It's all one word, Trust But Verify. You guys, let's all go rate him. JTP, thank you so much for coming up and having a really good, honest discussion with us and allowing us to push back at you a bit. I appreciate you.
thank
Apples,
you.
thank you also for coming up. I
Yeah.
really appreciate you and your input, and it was nice meeting you as well. And Nick, as always, thank you for being here. Granazana, PK.
Je parle travail vrai. Et bagay ça bagay ça craser relation et même pas aucun côté pas vrai.
Oui.
Parce que la même que kembe mou connaît ou ka aller et ça tête mou ka courir. Qu'on a la même kembe pas perdu, m'géro.
Et les madame moi aller à titete soit coucher ou bien titete ça ka ou fait tete avec là. Lui pas même il va représenter madame.
Ou retourner à zéro, c'est pas qu'on faut recommencer en l'autre monde.
Pendant
que dans 2 ans 3 ans.
Oh.
Pendant que dans 2 ans 3 ans madame.
99 tu vas arriver là.
On descend là.
Tellement oui.
Imagine ou dans 3 ans 4 ans 5 ans madame, qu'on a vinn quitter peut-être
on petit pelin, on monde qui va même
qu'on a là on va recommencer.
Qui dans toute vos salles.
On va recommencer à zéro.
Bon petit bagay. Li difficile, l'on gon femme, l'elle pas fan et carbone ni wal monter. Ou met gat ça go oui nèg.
Yeah.
Non, ou gon femme ou karele le matin jeune, ou la midi jeune, ou toujours elle se bagay petite là pour occuper, c'est foyer là pour occuper. Gat ça go parce que dehors là tellement gen pour moun fait.
Moi-même, m'pa quoi gon moun au monde, un garçon qui jaloux passé.
Moi-même les garçons mais madame yo.
M'pa quoi gon moun qui jaloux, m'pa quoi gon moun qui jaloux passé dans le monde là. Tellement jaloux et ça fait me faire respect. Vous comprenez? Yeah, parce que ça m'pa fort là pour pas faire ni.
Pour pas faire, yeah, moi-même comme ça met tout. M'pa tromper pour pas tromper. Parce que moi m'pa pas donner ton prix.
Moi-même, de vous pas donner m'pa, de vous m'a dit pas donner, de vous tromper.
J'ai l'impression que tout garçon qui pas donner. Même si un garçon tromper il peut aller quand même.
Non, garçon pas qu'on pas donner fille. Soit ou tromper m'pa aller qu'on est côté beaucoup jeune. Ou bien m'ta pas qu'on fin couple. Parce que les garçons pour qu'on finisse couple, ils pour qu'on satisfait de ou tromper le là parce que ou il faut qu'on finisse avant. Mais comment vous garçons pas donner qu'on a ou bien madame ou bien petite avec leur grande qu'on connaît tel nèg te coucher. Non, ça vieux vie mon cher.
C'est madame nos bousin nous. Si non bousin nous gagne, d'ailleurs regardez qui gens, regardons l'école yo fin faire avec nous là. Moi avec Gabi tout tourner bousin mari nous là. Après l'école ça me fin faire là et d'ailleurs besoin l'autre pour toujours. Bon pour ka bousin mari. Après fin bousin mari, mais est-ce qu'on connaît gen bousin ka bousin c'est madame nous bousin nous comme si il est fini faire belle à madame nous. Bay madame nous pour la faire zong yo, bay madame nous pour la faire pied. Bah
Bay madame nous kop pou le payer. Tant qu'on nous ka ouais cette l'aide là, nous dit chérie tête ou l'aide, ballon petit kop pour la payer avec moi allonge. Bal kop pour l'acheter rad. Tant qu'on ka toucher là, ballon petit kop pour la faire shopping, pour l'acheter salvelé. Et puis ou fait bagay différence en mavel. Gen saccagé plus. Fait madame ou tourner bouser on ami ou parce que pas gen rien dehors. Rien dehors. Rien. Même jour même ou connaît couche ou vinn coucher fian li même tout, li konn ki ça la vinn chercher dans mon et parfois en pile là de gen maladie. Yo tellement couche à moun infection yo red dans derrière yo, ou na malheureuse qui là dans kay l'on pral vinn pour maladie bali. Ou bien tout parfois ou qu'on a couche on fille parce qu'on get en bal $600, get en son papa boye, même côté al get en mari ou. Même côté al get en foutre un coup de code, même côté al get al fait magie derrière. Li c'est moun même ka range voye bay madame ou comme ça ou vinn perdre madame ou pour grand messi.
Mba sa tout bagay sa yo. Hey, à la soupage moi entendez? Al gade m'ka parler.
Yes baby.
Ok guys, n'allez où là? 6 heures libre al fait là.
Oui, oui, n'allez.
Ma planifié demain si Dieu veut nous ka nous.
Mba se mta fait extra.
Non. On va aller, nous faut aller. Ça yo.
Mais là nous me content de
nous abonner ensemble avec mes ententes et puis Gabi pour nous arrêter en contact. OK, bye guys. N'importe qui abonné avec même descendre m'a abonner avec le bac.
Et si veut make sure nous voyons cadeau sur nous.
Depuis nous pas voyer cadeau nous pas. Non. D'ailleurs nous déjà besoin l'argent déjà bisous. Bonne nuit guys.